Hi there, this is Dave Scott, and I would like to invite you to listen Monday through Friday right here on Spaced Out Radio. 3 hours a night of the top stories with the top guests, ranging topics from UFOs to ETs, ghosts to Sasquatch, and everything in between. We are live every night, 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. So come on in and take a listen at spacedoutradio.com. Spaced Out Radio will take you out of this world.
Scout 6316, 8.8 for 6,000.
Got 6316, North Gulf Road, still maintain 3,000, I'm 1 for the right.
3,000, Scout 6316.
Redwood 811, still maintain 4,000, airport's open the clock, 1.
We take you higher and higher and higher. You feel it over and over again. We take you higher and higher and higher. You feel it over and over again.
6 Roman Carefly runway heading, runway 5. Let's take off.
Check.
And we're ready for takeoff. Sit back, relax. It's time to travel with Cosmic Passport. Spaced Out Weekend presents Elizabeth Anglin's Cosmic Passport. A 1-hour warm-up of news, stories, thoughts, and ideas to captivate your mind. You can follow us at spacedoutradio.com.
Now 20 years have passed us by, and we look back and count the time. Burning like the summer sun, when the world was young. As I lay staring from the ground, and 7 trumpets wait to sound.
And now, here's Our Lady of Flight, Cosmic Passport with Elizabeth Anglin.
Good evening, and welcome to Spaced Out Radio Weekend. This is your host before the host, Elizabeth Anglin, coming on with some paranormal news and views before tonight's show with James Tyson and Jeanne Borgen, psychic investigator and psychic finder from Napa Valley. We will have a great show for you tonight. The moon is full, or just past full, depending on where you are. I know if you're on the West Coast, it's probably raining on you, so you can't see it. But we've got coyotes barking, dogs barking, beautiful sky tonight in New Mexico, where I am, where the ghosts are getting ready in the ghost town for the Day of the Dead and the other day, the Halloween day that's coming up. So tonight, before we get started, just a couple of things to let you know. We are spacedoutradio.com. This is Spaced Out Radio Weekend. You can find us at spacedoutradio.com on Spreaker. You can check out our chat room where, please don't call people names because of their American political affiliations. I'll try not to make any affiliations because I love my listeners. And you can also find us on Revolution Radio. Hopefully. No, not again, but soon. Someday and for the rest of our lives, we hope to be on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. If you are liking spacedoutradio.com, please consider becoming a Spaced Out Radio Space Traveler, where for $5 a month you can listen to all the archives. There are tons of informative and interesting interviews on there. And feel free to also, come on to the SOR Space Travelers chat room, where we do things like think of big words to make them into passwords for special things which nobody knows. And then we have a newsletter coming up, and we're also going to have special treats at the end of every month for people who are members of the Spaced Out Radio Space chat room. My dog is having an issue. I don't think it's a full moon, but he's just pawing at me here for a second. My Wyatt's a big old Tibetan Mastiff. So I'm just going to pat him for a second to see if he calms down. Yep, it looks like he did. Before we get started tonight, as we get started tonight, I am doing paranormal news, but I decided to focus significantly and purposefully on alien and UFO news and views for this evening, which is Sunday, October 16th. And there's some excellent stories that came out this week. One of them is about, melding kind of the Day of the Dead and aliens together. The scientist says aliens destroyed themselves and we will too. And this is on mysteriousuniverse.org. It's basically the rock star astrobiologist Brian Cox talking about the Fermi paradox. I've seen aliens. Some of you have seen aliens. Some of you have had conversations and more with aliens. So, unless they're not really aliens and there's something else, they haven't destroyed themselves. But here's what Brian Cox says. Bad news, alien seekers. A leading scientist tackles the Fermi paradox with his theory that the reason why aliens haven't contacted us, assuming you don't believe they're already here, is because they evolved into self-destructive beings who self-destructed before being able to escape their planets. What's even worse, he thinks we're on the same path and may be next. In an interview with Sunday Times, physicist, TV show host of Stargazing Live, and former D-Ream keyboard player Brian Cox theorizes that civilizations who evolved to the point of having the technological and scientific capabilities to travel to other planets will instead use that knowledge to destroy themselves before their governmental systems have a chance to coordinate the endeavor. Okay, this is obviously a scientist. This is an aside, because having worked at MIT with a bunch of scientists who have to deal with a bunch of government oversight and agencies and who gets money from where and whom, and it's all like one giant cluster buck. This is obviously a scientist who's saying this, that you'll never get the governmental systems to catch up with science. Well, on this planet, no, I agree, Brian Cox, you probably won't. But it appears that aliens may have done it. Okay, here's his quote. One solution to the Fermi paradox is that it is not possible to run a world that has the power to destroy itself and that needs global collaborative solutions to prevent that. It may be that the growth of science and engineering inevitably outstrips the development of political expertise, leading to disaster. Oh my. In other words, those who develop the power to destroy themselves are doomed to do it. Uh-oh. Cox isn't the first scientist to propose that they're dead solution to the Fermi paradox. If there's billions of stars with billions of Earths having billions of years to develop space travel, where are they? Earlier this year, a group of Australian astronomers used the Gaia hypothesis that planets are closely integrated systems of the organic and inorganic to propose that it's just hard for alien life forms to evolve past a microbial state. So, they're all dead. On the other hand, Cox believes it's easy to evolve to the point where space travel is possible, but hard to evolve to a point where it's not used as weapons first and then other stuff after that. He issues a warning. We could be approaching that position. Ironically, Cox had a seemingly different view while playing keyboards for D-Ream, a 90s Northern Irish pop rock and dance group. Their number one hit was a song called Things Can Only Get Better, with the lyrics, "You've shown me prejudice and greed. You've shown me how I must learn to deal with this disease. I look at things now in a different light than I did before." Perhaps our only hope for space travel and finding aliens is for Brian Cox to give up physics and get back in the band. Well, it's easy to become cynical when we're not even talking about science and politics right now with the upcoming United States election, and in Britain they just had the big Brexit election, which did really funky things to economies all over the place. We're not even getting into something as complicated as science, and people are getting really warlike and contentious over it. So, just for tonight, let's all take a chill pill, not make anything political, solid, significant, or real, and get back to what we do best, which is paranormal, because we like it. And, nothing is a hard and fast rule. Okay, moving on then. Lots of stuff, as I said, lots of stuff happening related to aliens. As some of you know, I am Elizabeth Anglin. I've written a book called, and I'm writing 3 books. I've written a book called Memoirs of an Abducted Childhood. I am an abductee, and I've seen some weird stuff regarding biology, medical procedures, hybrid gynecological things, etc. And I did have an implant that was analyzed back in 1991 through MIT and the University of Michigan and Harvard. And now, after so many years, it looks like this implant was made out of materials that would make a quantum computer. So, that being said, what's quantum biology? Well, it's a new thing, or it's an old thing. But basically, it's in the news this week. And it could be what aliens are doing with people. I don't know. What do you think? Listen. This is in laboratorynews.co.uk. It's in interviews, and it's an interview with Professor Jim Al-Khalil, OBE, Order of the British Empire, on the strange world of quantum biology. First question. How did you, to Professor Jim Al-Khalil, enter the world of quantum biology? It happened by accident some 20 years ago. Although I did not become active in the field until recently, my now friend and collaborator, John Joe McFadden, came over from the molecular biology department at Surrey to give a seminar to us physicists. That was in 1997. He described a long-standing issue in his field whereby certain bacteria undergo a mutation far more readily if the resulting mutated strain is provided with an advantage. Even if the pre-mutated bacteria cannot make use of the advantage, how does it know? How can the randomness of mutations be somehow directed? He called this adaptive mutations. John Joe suggested that maybe quantum mechanics could provide an answer, that the genome of bacteria could exist in this quantum superposition of mutated and unmutated states simultaneously. According to quantum mechanics, this is possible. In fact, we see it all the time in the subatomic world, but not in our everyday world. Hence the paradox of Schrödinger's famous cat in a box that is both dead and alive at the same time. The idea that such delicate quantum superpositions could survive inside the complex environment of a living cell was thought to be impossible. Most of my colleagues at that seminar dismissed John Joe's idea. I stuck around and had a long chat with him. From there grew our long-standing and continuing collaboration in quantum biology. We published a speculative paper on adaptive mutations in quantum mechanics in 1999 and wrote a chapter in a book on quantum origins of life a few years later. But our research only really took off in earnest about 5 years ago, and more recently we wrote the very first book on quantum biology for the lay audience. Next question. Do you believe it will make biologists in general approach their discipline differently? Probably not on the whole. So far, we've only found quantum effects in very special situations inside living cells, in photosynthesis, in enzyme action, and a few other processes. So given the continuing tremendous success of molecular biology and genomics, I suspect most biologists will continue to be reluctant to learn quantum mechanics unless they have to. It is highly mathematical, and it's not clear just how crucial it is in most of biology. What are the most well-known examples of quantum biology currently understood by scientists? Well, I mentioned photosynthesis. This is probably the most studied area. The process of photosynthesis, whereby plants and bacteria capture sunlight and convert into chemical energy that is used to create biomass, is probably the most important biochemical reaction on the planet and probably in the universe, if we think about it. Photosynthesis is highly complicated, but the first stage, whereby a photon of light is captured by a chlorophyll molecule and delivered to the reaction center in the cell, is highly efficient, which has been puzzling. We might expect the photon to find it difficult to make its way to the reaction center with such unerring accuracy every single time. It turns out this is because it uses quantum mechanics to give it a helping hand. The photon follows all possible routes simultaneously. A famous experiment at Berkeley a few years ago using laser pulse spectroscopy confirmed this. So here's the idea. If you are an experiencer, or you remember any of your experiencers, some of us remember being worked on, I remember being worked on with light, with implements and tools that were light. So basically what they're saying, and this is plants, not people from this article, but what they're saying is photons have this ability in plants to follow every single path at the same time. So in the quantum world, every single choice is available, and therefore you can't miss the right choice. If we have similar structures happening in our own bodies with cells, and there's a quantum sort of medicine or quantum ability to work on the human body, either the DNA structure or other structures, or the mind or neurons, or what have you. And if the aliens are using light to work on people, photonic light, photonic medicine, and these photons can travel and make every single choice that they need to make, or go every single path that they can possibly take to do the desired job, then it's going to work. It's the weirdest darn thing. But I don't know, raise your hands or talk amongst yourself out there if you are an experiencer, if you've ever found yourself being worked on with light before. Think about it. And if you're still an experiencer, if you're still having those kinds of experiences, and you're, can get it together to remember they asked the question, ask them, what are you doing? Are you working on me with light? Is that quantum? Are the photons making every choice at the same time? We're just beginning. This is 5 years. These guys have been really looking at this for 5 years, so we don't know much about this. But I'm sure the aliens who are not dead, oh my gosh, know exactly what's going on here. Not to make you an alien believer. I don't think you should believe in aliens. I just think that they probably know what's going on here with quantum biology. All right. Moving on now. I know. Oh, so if you feel like I'm talking to a disembodied voice, I am. It's called the Ghost of James, who I can hear and you can't. And he's making fun of me on the other side of the veil. Oh my goodness. Okay. That being said, this has nothing to do with aliens, but I'm just going to look at it. It's on Ancient Origins, which is kind of the ancient aliens website of fun. And it asks the question, has the 164-year-old mummy of Buddhist Lama Dashi Dorso Itigilov moved inside his palace. Like, did the mummy get up and walk? I mean, who doesn't want to know if the mummy got up and walked? I want to know, because, mummies are scary and it's almost Halloween. Okay. The remains of Lama Itigilov in the Republic of Buryatia in Siberia are world famous because their exceptional preservation 79 years after his death seems to defy science. Some have long believed the Lama remains alive in a nirvana-like state. He's just decomposing slowly, I guess. Now, Lama Damba Ayeshev, current head of the Buddhist traditional Sangha, has claimed 2 video images show the Lama has moved inside his palace. Ivolginsky Datsun, some 23 kilometers from the regional center of Ulan-Ude in Siberia. One image shows a grainy figure in the foreground, while a second one, a day later, shows a similar figure close to her on a sofa. Lama Ayeshev insists he's not joking and has dismissed claims that the CCTV footage shows a security man in fatigues holding 2 plastic bags. They have a picture of this on the website. This is not a joke, that's for sure, he posted. I see a figure of a man on the shot as you do. And I know precisely there could not be anyone in the palace of Kambo Lama Itigilov at this time. There should be no one there at 20.05.51. The Lama is in 5 or 6 meters down the hall on his throne, and this place where the man stands is at the front door. He posted a second picture, apparently showing Lama Itigilov was on the move again, this time by the sofa. The images are poor quality, and he's not released full footage, but said, there is no video, only a flash from the body on the shot. I was taken aback by the image, though somewhere in the depths of the mind I imagined such a possibility, but I was not ready for this, said Lama Ayeshev. So, paranormal in the world of llamas, even llamas can get freaked out by paranormal stuff that's happening. I think we should go to Siberia, and we should take a team, and we should go watch and see if Lama Itigilov is moving. Because, hey, we can't speak the language, and it's probably freaking cold, but it's going to be interesting. So anyway, a spokesman for the Buddhist Temple of Russia, Tubtin Baldanov, agreed that the Lama Itigilov had moved and added, the fact that he appeared in camouflage, we do not know. Maybe it's some kind of sign? Maybe he's trying to say something. Perhaps the international organizations should work on world peace? In comments to Damba Ayeshev's post on Facebook, people suggested it's a security guard. Some agree that a moving llama dressed in camouflage is the sign of a coming war. Born in 1852, Lama Itigilov was prominent in the spiritual life of Tsarist Russia immediately before the Bolshevik Revolution. So they have pictures of everything. Him, his mummy, where he lives. He took part in tercentenary celebrations of the House of Romanov in 1913 and opened the Datsun Gunzichonei, the first Buddhist temple in St. Petersburg near Tsar Nicholas II, invested with the Order of St. Stanislaus in 1917, shortly before his abdication. The famous Lama died in 1927, the year after warning Buddhist monks to leave the Soviet Union because they would be overwhelmed by red teaching. His final request was to be buried in the lotus position in which he had died. When his remains were examined in 1955 and again in 1973, the monks were astonished to note no signs of decay, and they kept their knowledge hidden from the Soviet authorities. He does look rather well preserved, so maybe he's just decomposing slowly. In September 2002, Itigilov's body was exhumed once more in the presence of leaders of the Buddhist Traditional Sangha of Russia. It was closely examined by monks as well as by scientists and pathologists. The remains were found to be in the condition of someone who had died 36 hours ago, extraordinarily well preserved and without signs of decay. Muscles and inner tissue, soft joints and skin remained intact, according to accounts of the observations. Some have claimed that the llama was preserved in salt. Others say he is in a state of hibernation, nirvana-like, and is in fact still alive. Normally, Lama Itigilov sits beside the special glass sarcophagus located on the second floor of his quote-unquote palace. And they have an image of him. If you go to Ancient Origins, you can see it. So, yeah, that's what we need. We need a team. We need some mediums. We need to go talk to the llama and see what he means by walking around in camouflage. Maybe he's an alien. I don't know. I said I'd talk about aliens. Maybe he's not. But it's very strange that he's walking around. All right. Other stuff. Weird. Okay, this I'm not really going to read the whole thing of. Somebody said that they've taken a video of a mysterious ghost ship in Lake Superior. But you know what it looks like to me? It doesn't look like a ghost ship. It looks like it was kind of a foggy day, and they you know, there are big buildings around Lake Superior in the Duluth region, and I don't know where they were when they took this picture, but there are some rather large buildings. So, and they could have just been obscured by fog, and they're calling them ghost ship. Or it could be an actual ship that is obscured by fog. But this is on Mysterious Universe. Being from Michigan and having family up in Wisconsin near Lake Superior, you know, I think I know it all. I'm going to call skeptic on the ghost ship in Lake Superior, because I've seen some things by the lake that aren't ghostly, and when you get fog or you get stuff in the air, it'll look weird for a second, and then you'll figure out what it is. And if you don't want to figure out what it is, you'll just stop looking. I'm just saying. Oh my goodness. The full moon. Okay, October 13th. UFOs. Yes, the Royal Air Force Wing Commander recounts a UFO sighting at an RAF base. And this was a story in Open Minds on October 13th, this week. There are some good-looking 1971 Royal Air Force personnel on this. That's www.openminds.tv, Royal Air Force. This guy actually looks like he should be Doctor Who, the person in the picture. Okay, at the UFO Data Conference in October 2007, I met up, and this is by Philip Mantle, who you know from, what is it? Something in the Midlands, not Midnight in the Midlands, but you know, Philip Mantle. Philip Mantle. He writes books and he's on the radio, and I'm being very bad not remembering. So he says, at the UFO Data Conference in October 2007, I met up with the veteran UFO investigator David Beezer. I've known David for many years, and he has regularly attended many of our public events. David wanted me to read a report he had received from an RAF officer. But on the day, I simply did not have the time. David made me a copy of the report in question, and I read it a day or two after the conference had finished. The report came from Mr. Alan Turner, member of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. He's an MBE, not OBE, and a concerned UFO observed on radar at a Royal Air Force base, Sopley, in the summer of 1971. Sopley? S-O-P-L-E. It's Sopley. I subsequently contacted Mr. Turner to have his permission to document the following. His report is published in full. Alan Turner was aged 25 when he joined the Royal Air Force in 1966 and was commissioned that year as an air traffic control officer. RAF Sopley was a wartime bunker which had been converted into a joint military-civilian air traffic control radar unit. It closed in 1974 when both the civil and military ATC functions were transferred to West Drayton. Alan Turner remained in the RAF, eventually to command the Central ATC School from 1990 to 1992. In July 1995, he was discharged from the RAF in the rank of wing commander. And they have a picture of him in 1982. Wow. This wing commander Turner's account of what he personally observed at RAF Sopley in the summer of 1971 in full. In the summer of 1979, I was duty military supervisor at RAF Sopley, which was a joint military-civil air traffic control radar unit. It was a Tuesday afternoon, but I cannot remember the exact date. The duty civil supervisor drew my attention to a situation on radar, the likes of which neither of us had ever encountered. Emanating from a point some 20 nautical miles east of the eastern extremity of the Salisbury Plain danger area were a series of 6 or 7 blips moving on a southeasterly track, each being separated from the other by about 6 miles. At about 40 miles from the point that appeared on radar, they disappeared, to be followed almost immediately by a replacement at the point of origin. I put the FPS-6 freight holder onto some returns to discover height finder onto some returns to discover what they were, that they were about 3,000 feet up when they came into the radar cover and climbing extremely rapidly, so that by the time they disappeared from the radar, they were in excess of 60,000 feet up. To climb to such a height in only 40 miles was beyond the ability of any fighter aircraft at the time, 1971. The phenomena was witnessed by 4 civil and 6 military controllers on duty at the time. I called Heathrow Radar to discover that they also were seeing a similar picture. The same situation prevailed in the fighter control operations room at RAF Netishead, and the 3 units involved operated different radars from each other, thus different frequencies were in use. The weather forecast from the south of England was calm and sunny. I called the Met Office to confirm the strength of the upper wind was calm and were about 50 degrees off the southeasterly track of the blips. They also confirmed. Come on. Hold on. Sorry, people. So the thing here is my computer doesn't like all this. He doesn't like this confirmation. He says, no, don't confirm aliens, don't confirm UFOs. Okay, I've got it back. They also confirmed that they were not met balloons, probes airborne at the time. The winds were not strong enough nor in the right direction to cause the blips to travel on their observed track, especially at the speed they were traveling. It was estimated that they were doing around 250 knots, but it must be borne in mind that this was a lateral speed as seen on radar. They must have been traveling very much faster to climb over 50,000 feet in less than 40 miles. Equally, the weather was such that there were no angels to affect the radar picture. Angels was a euphemism for what were believed to be ionized pockets of air, which under very specific atmospheric conditions were often seen on radar screens in those days. When seen, these angels traveled extremely slowly, simply drifting along haphazard tracks. In those days, all radars were raw, that is to say that whatever was within the range of the radar envelope and capable of bouncing, returning the radar pulse back to the receiver would be seen on the radar tube. Today's radars are computerized, and thus such interference is processed out so as not to affect the picture. So this is an interesting story because it says 2 things that maybe a lot of us don't understand. That our radar now, what radar air traffic controllers see, is what they expect to see. And other things are processed out by the computer. Now think about that for a second. If aliens come to attack, are we going to see it? No, because the computer is going to process it out. Not that I think aliens are going to attack, but, if in mass some aliens decided they wanted to, relocate here, would we see them? Who knows? We might not. The other thing is that this guy at age 75 is now giving information of all of these different areas where air traffic controllers throughout England were seeing this event happen. And we rarely get this. So this is kind of a neat thing. We're getting people to be of the age where they decide that they want to whistleblow or tattle or tell. And it's also 25 years past the time. A lot of times there'll be like a gag order for 25 years on certain people. So anyway, it's kind of cool. What do you think, James? Kind of cool?
No, it is kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, too, it's like, it's kind of what you said. Yes, Trip and Fool, we're live. And one of the things, what you said, you usually don't get this information out, and it is 25 years later. But the thing is, we were probably... Live.
Where'd you go,
what happened?
James?
What? Hello? No, we're broadcasting. Well, I am. Uh-oh. Did you leave me?
No, I can't hear you, buddy.
Oh, can anyone else hear me out there? There. Okay.
Ha.
I think I'm broadcasting. We've got that delay in the chat for the confirmation wave by somebody. Elizabeth, say something. And she was never heard from again.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
I think we're having Skype issues.
If we're having Skype issues, you're...
James!
I'm looking at the chat room.
You're cutting in and cutting in.
Yeah, so are you. Okay, Alex comes through saying, yes, she hears us. Thank you, Alex. So, we're both going. You just can't hear me? Oh, that was weird. My whole screen just went... Not actually using that sound, but it just disappeared and reappeared. And our typhoon fizzled out somewhere out in the Pacific.
Hello?
So, okay. Oh, I'm going to call her back because. I can't even. It's funny. I was going to say I can't even hang up on Elizabeth. Okay, she's creeping me right out now. I had friends of mine who were air traffic controllers. And
the person whom you're trying to reach...
Oh, for crying out loud. They were air traffic controllers up in British Columbia, and they could look at aircraft actually to the south side of the San Francisco harbor, right up to Alaska. And that's what their area was for picking up aircraft. And about the same distance... if you put them right in the middle of a circle, that's how big the circle was. Alaska to the south side of the San Francisco Bay. And every one of the aircraft in that circle all had an ID number on it, which was either placed there by an air traffic controls person in Seattle, Portland, San Fran, Sacramento, Alaska, Vancouver, wherever. And these would then show up as little numbers bouncing around, and every so often you'd have something without a number on it, and you'd kind of put a little highlight on it, and all the other air traffic controllers would watch it too, that it was unidentified, and it was flying, and it was some bizarre object. It was very cool. Elizabeth, are you back?
I am. That does sound very cool.
Yeah.
So what year was that? What year was that they...
Well, that would have
years?
Been back. I was in. Actually, I knew the guy who was the head of the air traffic control because I went to school with his kid. But this was years later. This was be like in the late '80s. I had friends who worked in the dark hole in the Vancouver International Airport, but they used to monitor that. But that is just their system. That is the capability of an air traffic control system and also satellite. So they all overlap. So literally the guys from LA can look at San Francisco and probably almost up into Portland, if not further. And Seattle overlaps further. And they all just pass aircraft back off off and onto each other. But there are many times when they pick up something and they're all watching it. But it's one of those, it's a policy thing. Do we scramble jets from Woodby Island, or do we just write it off as, oh, it was flying around for about 25 minutes and now it disappeared?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really, really cool. But also that was the late 80s where there was an upgrade to air traffic controlling in the late 80s that was like, they sometimes would have like mid-air collisions. I think 87 was the last major one in LA, and then I forgot what they did, but they did something to prevent that from happening.
Turn indicators.
After. Yeah.
They put
that must be.
Yeah, they turn indicators and on all the aircraft, so they knew which side they were on. I don't know. I'm making stuff up.
Turn indicators, blinkers. They all gave them blinkers. I forgot. I used to know. Okay, so there was this month. Speaking of UFOs that we're seeing, I'm not in Colorado anymore. But if you're in Colorado, there were new witnesses to the October UFO in Longmont, affectionately known as Bongmont. It is known as Bongmont. Okay, 2 additional Colorado witnesses have come forward to report a silent UFO, and this is also from Open Minds. Moving low overhead between 8:40 and 8:45 p.m. on October 7th. And this is a report from MUFON, and one person saw 2 slow-moving low, a triangular-shaped craft that from the light pattern look a lot like, diagrams of the Phoenix lights. MUFON previously reported on case 79692 that occurred at 8:45 p.m. on October 7th, where the silent boomerang-shaped UFO was moving 200 feet above the neighboring homes in Longmont, Colorado. 5 minutes earlier at 8:40 p.m. on October 7th, 2016, and about 46 miles almost directly south of Longmont in Littleton, Colorado, another couple filed MUFON case 79732, reporting that 2 silent chevron-shaped UFOs moved overhead. Our backyard has good sky, a clear view of the sky with little or no light interference, the witness stated. I was looking at the sky and noticed an object that was out of place and should not have been there. We are amateur sky watchers and look at the sky, stars, etc. almost every night, the witness said. The witness described the object as large and V-shaped with soft white lights that were out of line. Object appeared to move in unison, but fluttered and did not make a sound, had no contrail, and made an immediate position change to get closer to us. I'm wondering if it got closer to him because it realized that they were paying attention. In passing, the 2 went into their home to call their son to look outside. In passing him, we asked our son to get his camera. We went into the front yard, exiting the front door of the house. At the time we went into the house, the object appeared to be already past us. When we exited the front door of a house, the object was just passing overhead. The son also saw the object. Unfortunately, our son was unable to get a picture as the object disappeared. At this time, my son and wife in the front yard, and I went back into the yard and looked at the sky, in the backyard and looked at the sky. I spotted another similar object to the larger one, but with 4 white lights per side, and one in the center, almost directly above the house, moving from the north-south. At the time, I knocked on the house to get the attention of my wife and son, who were now back in the house. So he stayed outside and looked up and saw another little boomerang craft. But if you see the pictures, it's Open Minds TV, and it's new Colorado witnesses report the October UFO. And the diagram is really, really, really similar to Phoenix. And it's also flying very low, 200 feet above the tops of houses. My goodness.
Hold on. Flying 200 feet above the tops of houses.
Mm-hmm.
Not below the tops of houses. Just checking.
Oh, above the tops of houses, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
it would make a lot more noise the other way.
I mean, it'd be
a submarine.
It'd be tunneling then. It'd be
tremors.
a scanning tunneling UFO.
Yeah, we need Kevin Bacon on the roof with a gun.
Show. That's what we should do. Next time we're having a little low energy night, we should think of all the UFO movies that have somebody related to Kevin Bacon in them. Or we should have a poll how many people have seen Kevin Bacon while they've been abducted.
Oh.
Yeah, because, he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So tell us about your guest tonight.
My guest?
Moving on, then.
Moving on?
Your guest,
Moving on
Yes.
quickly or
Moving on
slowly?
to psychic.
Slowly. Moving on slowly. Well, I have Jeanne Borgen, who has been on before. She was on about a year or so ago. So I've dragged her kicking and screaming back in here tonight. She is a psychic. She's out of Northern California in the Napa Valley. And she is she's just kind of a nice lady. She's a retired lady, and she's up there living the good life, hoping it won't snow all over her grapes or whatever she's doing up there. And she had been called on a number of times by, police. The kind of we haven't got anything more on this murder. The family's freaking out. They think we should call a psychic. So who should we call? So they'll contact somebody like Jeanne, and it did happen. She's worked a couple of cases, and she's been down in sorry, there's somebody knocking on the cabin door here. We're going to get into a couple of the murders that she looked into, and now on both of them, I can't remember if she was contacted by the family or contacted by the police, or was sleeping and woke up because somebody was saying, "Hey, I've been killed. You better go check down this way." But a very, very interesting lady. You can go to her website, psychicjeanneborgen.com, psychicjeanneborgen.com. I will post it in our chats. She is she's a real deal. And we will not be taking calls for psychic readings because Jim will be upset if someone calls or even asks a question like, so you were investigating this murder. Ask her if she's investigating other murders and if my dearly departed is anywhere around her and has a message for me, because I will become less glued upon you. So it's like, so, we're not going to be doing that.
For people who do that, I want to say, you have the idea that psychics, we just are omnipotent. We just see whatever is around. But actually, if you want to talk to somebody who is dearly departed, make an appointment, because
dearly departed could be busy.
There are energies that have dearly departed could have an energy structure that does not mesh with Jeanne Borgen's or mine or whatever medium that you go to, and there will have to be there'll have to be adjustments made in order to get a good connection. And some people just expect that, we walk around and we just see everything that's in the astral. No, if we did that, we'd be called psychotic and schizophrenic or schizoaffected, that they would put us away, because we have to do things like take care of our kitty cats and wash our dishes and drive our cars, and
you don't have people for that,
and clean our house and see what's well, we have to pay attention to what's in the physical world first, just like everybody else. And so make an appointment, because it's a special state of consciousness. It's a special energetic state. It's a special state that is hooked up through spirit operators who manage the flow of energy. And if sometimes spirits talk too fast, sometimes they flit about. They need to be told to slow down. Sometimes they don't say enough. They need to be asked for more information. So, you guys think this is all just like, oh, you fell off the turnip truck and now you can see everything that's in the astral plane. And what is who's around you? Is there somebody for me? Oh, no.
It's been fed to the public in television shows like Long Island Medium, where she's walking down the street, goes into a store, and boop, something happens. And that's where the skeptic groups just piled on her for cold readings. But in actual fact, they go in, say, we're going to have a psychic come in. She may or may not get something. She actually is meditating. She's open. And then she walks in. Because if they showed all that, it's boring. And it's not entertainment. It's like Zach Bagans looking for ghosts. My gosh, that guy's full of doo-doo. In talking to people that have had him and his crew in, they make it all up. They're like, like David Oman says, well, a psychic told us, a number of psychics say there's the spirit of a First Nations fellow who fell off his horse back in the day when, slipped on the mud and died under where this house is. Zach goes on TV saying this home was built on a Indian burial ground. Well, no, that's not what they told you. Some guy fell off his horse and is dead. No. It's not an Indian burial ground, you dip poop, you. Okay, deep breath, Jim.
Right. I mean, we get, it's, you get your expectations. So if you've been listening to Spaced Out Radio or other places, it's a good idea to read how to prepare for a spirit medium sitting. A lot of us will want you to schedule your session a week out.
Yeah.
But a few be okay. A lot will want you not to have expectations of what you're going to hear. One of the things is the hardest thing is for you to put on your mother's ring and then say to the medium, does my mother want to tell me what I did today that she's supposed to affirm? Okay, you just freak the medium right out of the room, because if your mother wanted to affirm it, she'd just go ahead and affirm it.
Okay.
And the medium wouldn't even have to think about it. And, but if you say it in that way, like, what am I wearing that was hers? All of a sudden you front-loaded your medium, plus you put them under a tremendous amount of stress to come up with the right thing. I don't know, her panties?
I got a question in from one of the from Joe on the chat. He says, what if the murderer finds out that she might find him and tries to do her harm? Now, in talking I last year, or about a year and a half ago, I had a whole series dealing with psychic investigators. The only time that came up was in a lady who was actually out here in Vancouver, British Columbia. I went out and met her in person, and she was full of crap. She was fibbing to beat the band to me. And someday we'll have a lesson on interview and interrogation and how to tell if someone's lying when you're sitting across from them. She was incredibly deceitful. So she was the only one who said this retired policeman was now a psych, or not a psychic, but a PI, and he wanted me to help him locate a missing person in a park. And I said, well, I can. I could find that body for you. And then he followed her around, and she said, but he was the one who killed this person, and he just picked me out of the phone book to see if I could find. Well, no, smarten up.
No,
you go start yourself a TV show. If honestly,
the worst thing that's gonna happen, you're gonna live in a small town like I do, and you have to pretend that you don't know the two different sides of one story.
Yeah.
Exactly. I have no idea.
Welcome being a policeman.
Yeah. Exactly.
Somebody said,
I don't know.
How come you made $110,000 last year? I said, well, lots of overtime, and they pay me well for knowing what your neighbors are doing, and I have to live with it. I have to live walking down the street thinking about going into a business that is like, especially when we worked organized crime. Holy cow. Hey, let's go to, this is a really nice restaurant. Let's go here. No, I'm not going in there. From getting a drive-by shooting to these great thugs that own the place. And, I'm not going to go in there, but that's why I get paid so much. I wear the burden of knowing who all the jerks are and the murderers and the rapists and the pedophiles who are all out or under suspicion and just can't tell anybody. I just walk down the street and keep my mouth shut until I retire in January. Then if I win a lottery, then I will create my own little mercenary group who will go around and deal with these people. No, I wouldn't do that.
But they will live in Tahiti. They would live in Tahiti.
They will. They'll all move to Tahiti. Crazy place.
Yeah.
But to answer Joe's question, what I've heard was, Joe, is that if a psychic has that type of murderer, that type of bad guy energy, who's paranoid about them, they won't get the information to start with, because the other side won't give them the information to put them in peril. Now, we have Marianne Morgan, who was hired by Natalie Holloway's dad, the Natalie Holloway who went missing in Aruba. Well, the murderer in that case was that Dutch kid, and his dad disposed of Natalie's body in the ocean. She wasn't worried about that because she was nowhere near this Dutch kid. In fact, I think at the time he might have been picked up before he was released. And same with the little girl who I think her brother did it. I can't remember her name now. The little kid who was in fashion shows creeps me the hell out.
John
Benet Ramsey.
John Benet.
Yeah. Mary Ellen Morgan did that one too. But that's a whole... She's not afraid of that stuff. And frankly, it's because Spirit won't give her that information if it's going to put the medium or anyone else in peril. You just, like you say, it's not the right frequency.
Right. Yeah, there has to be low entropy. When you get information, it has to be for your highest good. And spurious stuff, like, what of my mothers am I reading? There's an energy that's required to give that message. And most of the time, Spirit would rather give something else that you hadn't, some other kind of affirmation or some other kind of evidence that is actually either more metaphorical or something deeper than what you're claiming. Now, sometimes, people will say, you can set it up, but it takes some time to set up an affirmation. And by and large, if you're talking to a real spirit medium, you're going to get a lot of evidence if the connection is good, and it will be something that you feel positive about and that will change your life.
Positive?
But
are you positive?
Most of the time, it's positive.
All right.
I would say, pretty much, yeah. I like my job. It's a good job.
Excellent.
Make people happy.
It's that time.
Okay, well, I'm going then. I'm going to listen, and I'm going to be in SOR, Space Travelers chat room, for a little bit. So,
excellent. I'll go over to the other one. Oh,
James Tyson
right in the
and
eye.
Everybody else.
Oh.
I gotcha, right in the eye. Okay,
know.
I'll see you later.
Told me. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you, everyone, for dropping. Elizabeth, it's like she comes back. Okay, bye. I forgot my drink. Okay. We'll be back after my marvelous introduction here. And it's that rock and roll over. Go fill up your beer, powder your nose. We'll be back in about 6 minutes with Jeanne Borgen.
Hi there, this is Dave Scott, and I would like to invite you to listen Monday through Friday right here on Spaced Out Radio. 3 hours a night of the top stories with the top guests, ranging topics from UFOs to ETs, ghosts to Sasquatch, and everything in between. We are live every night, 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. So come on in and take a listen at spacedoutradio.com. Spaced Out Radio will take you out of this world.
Hi there. This is your psychic medium, Joanna, and I would love it if you would join us every other Sunday on Spaced Out Weekend. With host James Tyson, we'll bring you personal psychic messages on two mediums and a large. Questions about love, life, career changes. We would love it if you would come and join us live. Call in and listen in for the experience. Allow us to open the doors to your other side. Two mediums and a large, heard only on Spaced Out Weekend at spacedoutradio.com.
Looking for news beyond the mainstream news? Head to spacedoutradio.com and check out the SOR Spacewire. This is Spaced Out Radio's Eric Markham, News Director for the SOR Spacewire. Daily, I will bring you intriguing stories and outlandish reports from what's going on around the world. UFO sightings, paranormal activity, conspiracies, alternative health, and so much more. And if you have news, email me at news@spacedoutradio.com.
Attention Spaced Out Radio listeners. For only $5 a month, you can join Spaced Out Radio Space Travelers. Your membership at spacedoutradio.com will give you access to private fan area on the website, get you a monthly newsletter, draws for monthly swag, and a whole lot more. Sign up today to become a part of the Spaced Out Radio experience.
For over 40 years, the Purple Energy Plates have been delivering amazing results for their many customers. Inspired by the great genius Nikola Tesla, the harmony, healing, and energetic effects of the plates have proven over and over to be beneficial and often miraculous to thousands of customers. With their money-back guarantee and the many benefits, how can you afford not to get one? Check their site for daily specials and choose from their many energy products. You won't be sorry. Visit them today at purpleplates.com for mind, body, and spirit, and expect a miracle.
Patrolling the Pacific Northwest, we are always on the lookout for the strange and unassuming stories that real people are experiencing. Hi, I'm Vincent Zunza from Pacific North Weird. Me and Alexandra Sullivan have teamed to bring to you those odd stories that never seem to make it into the mainstream. Stories so weird that will leave you scratching your head wondering, is this real? It's as real as it gets with Pacific North Weird. You can watch our videos right here at spacedoutradio.com.
It's time to go live on Spaced Out Weekend.
13, please. Oh, hi, Kevin. Oh, is that the time? Kevin, my friend, don't you find that watch just a little bit loud? Well, I certainly hope our buddy Bumblefoot is playing when we get there. Oh, you stinky big bundle of hair. I said Bumblefoot, not Bigfoot. Oh, it's going to be a long night.
It's time to head to the 13th floor of the old log cabin for Spaced Out Weekend with James Tyson. You can tweet James at James Tyson SOR. You can find him on Instagram, Spaced Out Weekend, as well as on Facebook. On YouTube, our channel is Spaced Out Radio Show, and you can check out our website, spacedoutradio.com.
Little brother has taken control, shoveling dirt in every hole. Predators to condemn your soul, watching you and watching me. We're all connected but separated, misunderstood and so frustrated. A million armies of one have invaded, watching you and watching me. We live behind glass curtains and act like nothing's wrong. Soon you will belong. I know you're out there somewhere. We've watched you for so long. Wait for you to fall. We'll expose you all. I know you're out there somewhere. Watch it there.
ladies and gentlemen. The story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
And now, perched high in his captain's chair, way above the clouds, here's James Tyson.
Thank you, young David Scott. 'Tis I. I am broadcasting to you from the 13th floor of the Spaced Out Radio Network here in the paranormal portals of the lower left Canadian coast in my weed log cabin. And it's cool up here in Cascadia, drizzly, rainy, but that dang typhoon fizzled out before it could do any real fun anywhere. So I'd like to thank you for dropping in and listening to us tonight. And tonight we had Elizabeth Anglin, and we're finished with her until next Saturday. Thank goodness. No, I'm kidding. We like Elizabeth, and we now are bringing on Jeanne Borgen. Now, Jeanne is one of those interesting, very interesting psychics. And she became a psychic in her 30s at a time when being a psychic was, well, thought of as being a little bit odd. She had gone through a medical procedure that caused her to have a life-death experience, which is interesting because a lot of our psychic investigators have had that. They've had that whole death thing happen. They die and they come back, and when they come back, they've had that peak on the other side, and now they're a little more switched on than they did before they left, let's say. And it's one of those... Oh, there we go. Jeanne just said her name, which is odd, which means she's actually not on the line right now. But we'll drag her kicking and screaming in here shortly. She has had died. She came back, and being a mother of four, she wasn't ready for this, so she went to find some answers. She was involved in many government testing programs as well as other private classes to harness her newfound gift. Although at a time it seemed far from a gift. I guess it would if you were seeing things and hearing things for the first time in your 30s. Jeanne is a certified hypnotherapy as well as an ordained minister. Jeanne Borgen is a multi-psychic, which means she can actually see, hear, and feel all the same things that her clients do. Now, she'll take you through your life from childhood to the present. This sets a stage for your habits and ways of doing life. Remember, you can change your habit patterns, which in turn can change your future. She is a loving and light-spirited soul, so she can make your problems and challenges not seem so bad. She's been doing this psychic reading stuff for over 40 years, working with the police and other agencies as well as the general public. Now, if you went to her for a reading, it's confidential, and although Jeanne does see health issues, she is not, I repeat, a medical doctor. And the information she shares with you should be treated as such. In other words, go see a doctor. And for our listener who called in to Joanna Mary Ellen Rodriguez, who said, go see a doctor, go see a doctor. Jeanne offers psychic development classes as well as hypnotherapy courses. Her credits are certified hypnotherapist, lecturer, educator in the healing arts, and an approved instructor. Specialty areas include hypnotherapy, weight and smoking control. Her specialists' ratings are used in both lectures and individual sessions. Jeanne's 30 years of experience, training, and her natural psychic gifts compel her to communicate her insights and wisdom to others in her lectures and classes. Her life's goal is to touch the lives of as many people as she can in the most positive and meaningful way. Here's a quote from her website. Police are baffled with the mysterious disappearance of a widow, Lois Jean McNamara, and her car. An initial search of the house does not provide clues, and there are no signs of a break-in or a struggle. The investigation is at a standstill, and the police are unable to identify anyone who would want to harm a kind elderly woman. Well, Jeanne Borgen, a local psychic, is called in to help the investigation. Now, will her power of sight be the key to the police that the police need to catch the killer? Well, honestly, if it didn't, why would we have her on, right? Yes, I'm sure it did. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that as soon as her answering machine allows us to talk to her. So we're all going to go over to Jeannie's house. Oh. Now, this is one of those things you kind of hope you had a dog or something to do tricks. No, that wouldn't work on radio, would it? We'll give her a couple more minutes here. It's a little bit after 11 o'clock her time.
Borgen.
You know, if I only had her number to call her to tell her to hook up this number, it would be a little bit better. I have sent her an email request, and we'll see if we've got anything back. And not yet. I bet she fell asleep. I hope she hasn't had a call out to a emergency psychic thing, because that would be just crazy. While I've got you here, I want a big shout out to all those people down in the area of the Southern Cross, and where they have a rabbit in the moon and not a man in the moon. Those people down under Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Micronesia, even Bali and Fiji. What the heck? A big shout out for them. And if you are listening to us this Tuesday afternoon, I hope you're having a good time. And, sorry, it's Monday afternoon, not Tuesday. Pushing you along the week a little further. And I like talking to my friends in Australia. That way I know the world hasn't come to an end tomorrow and everything's going to be okay. And if you just tuned in to listen to Jeanne Borgen, we're still trying to get a hold of her. She is missing in action.
Jeanne Borgen.
Other than the voice we have on her phone, and according to her email, that I got the other day was, yep, no problem. Give me a shout at 10 Pacific. So here I am shouting at Jeanne at 10 Pacific, and she's laughing at me back, which is interesting. She was on where I bumped into Jeanne originally was there's a couple of television series she was featured on. One is Psychic Investigators, and then there was Psychic Detectives. Now, in Psychic Detectives, I think they covered the same murder. And if you were to go on to one of the websites, actually look up Jeanne online and kind of push her back into those older shows. These were probably about 10 years old now. That Jeanne Borgen was working on it. She also, back in the 80s, she worked on, I think there were six women killed. And if I can recall that, I was going to get her to bring this one up. And it was Wilmington police, I believe, and Ms. Borglin was brought into that one, and it was this guy was a serial killer, and she saw him. It was 6 women were brutally raped and killed. It wasn't Wilmington. This was Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and the bad guy was Derek Todd Lee, a serial rapist, and just an amazing investigation, both by the police and with clues being confirmed and pointed out by Jeanne. Now, a psychic investigator, a psychic detective, a psychic brought into a homicide or a missing person case, you don't, as a policeman, we call it holdback. You never tell anybody, and I mean anybody, there's a holdback, maybe a group of about 3 people that know the cause of death, how many times they were stabbed, actually, where, if they were stabbed, if they were shot, how many times, large caliber, small caliber. That is all kept out of the newspapers and everything. So if a guy phones, and believe me, people do this, they'll phone up and say, oh, that lady who was killed, I killed her. Really? Well, come on in and we'll talk to you about that. And of course, you got to interview them. But when you say, how did you do it? Well, I stabbed her 20 times. Well, she's been shot in the... as an investigator, she was shot. So that guy gets put into the mental health pile. And we have people coming forward on every murder. There's usually one Yahoo who phones in saying, I killed that one and I killed the last two. And it's, come on, smarten up. Quit phoning from the loony bin. And in this case, you would not tell the psychic what's going on. Well, if she comes on and says, I see this person being stabbed once in the back and twice in the front, well, only you as the primary investigator and maybe two other people know that. The rest of the world does not. They are not allowed. That information is not allowed to go out exactly for these reasons. So that really looks good when the psychic investigator... Oh, come on, Jeannie. When the psychic investigator answers the question or gives you information on something that is that important, that is a clue, as we would say in police lingo. Now I'm going to give Jeannie a call on another number here and see if I can get her on that one. I've been phoning her home number. Maybe she doesn't answer the phone because I'm a strange number phoning her. Hopefully she's okay. Now I'm worried. Joe asked a question about, could the psychic and detectives, could they be stalked by a murderer thinking they could be caught? Now Jeannie's in hiding. Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot. We'll see how this goes.
Jeanne Borgen.
Oh, drat. Oh, double drat. Well, we're going to keep trying. If anybody wants to give me a shout and talk about anything psychic-wise or murder-wise, or if you are a psychic and you're tuning in and you have done any work with police and you've thought, maybe I'll tune in and hear Jeannie because she's been doing this a lot longer than I have, give me a shout and we'll chat. Give me a call at 575-694-6634. Again, it's 575-694-6634, or on Skype at James_Tyson32. James_Tyson32. And we'll just keep calling Jeannie until I can get somebody to go over to our house. Who could I do? I could phone the Napa Valley Police. Jeannie, you left your phone off the hook. What kind of psychic is this person? Hi, who's this?
Somebody go over to our
It's
house.
me.
It's you? Who?
Oh, is this James? This isn't James, is it?
It is.
It's Amy. Elizabeth.
Oh, hi, Amy. How are you?
Good. How are you talking and talking?
How am I talking and talking?
Is this James Tyson?
It is.
Okay. Well, hey, we can still talk if you want to talk.
Okay.
We could have people call in, too. I could be your psychic of the evening if you want. Nobody else is.
Can you tell me how that murder
too.
thing? Joyce?
Yeah. Does she do psychic stuff?
I don't know who Joyce is.
Okay. J.A. Kalskett.
Oh. Okay, hold on. I see. No, that's you. Never mind. I'm going to, all of a sudden this thing popped up on my screen and I thought, oh, that's Jeannie. She's phoned finally. And it wasn't.
No, me.
No, just
sorry.
you. I'm going to see if
I
she's...
can get up and you can call me.
No,
if you want to talk to me.
I can keep calling Jeannie and then just hang up on her voicemail. So
okay.
I can do that. No, you keep talking.
Jeanne Borgen.
Anyway. So we're just chatting about homicides. Have you ever, in Elizabeth, in your career as a person who touches base with the other side, have you ever had to work with a family of a missing person?
Yes.
Can you talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it a few times, and one time it was interesting because it was in Albuquerque, and it was the murder of a young transgender person who was male to female. And what was interesting is, independently of another psychic that they were working with, we got exactly the same situation. That the young man had gone after a night out. He had been lured back to she had been lured back to a hotel or motel, like a Motel 6 kind of motel, which Albuquerque has a lot of those on Route 66, and killed, brutally murdered. Hadn't done anything except been threatening because of her transgender identity, being threatening. Wrapped in a very thick blanket, either the bed blanket or comforter, put in the back of an old
Jeanne
car.
Borgen.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And then taken to one of the acequias in the South Valley where the water was running. So what we have is, for the Rio Grande gets siphoned off into these ditches. And this other psychic and myself, the other psychic used a pendulum, I used remote viewing, and we came up with a location of the body dump that was almost exactly the same on a map. And because the water flows so quickly through the acequias, it's unclear where the body would eventually end up and whether or not they were able to get the police to look into that. But it was interesting in the family was that it was actually friends of hers, and they were just happy that they got two people who were so parallel in what they were seeing. And I thought it was easy because it seemed like she was directing me. Here, look at this scene, look at this scene, look at this scene. It's the corner of this and this, the bridge over the acequia. That's where they threw me. And apparently the other psychic got something similar, but she was using a pendulum and she wasn't a spirit medium. So that was, that was one of the easier ones. I had another one.
No, hold on. Stop it.
Okay.
So you located where she was thrown off the bridge, correct?
Yep.
Now,
yep.
Where was the body?
Well, that's the body. I'm not sure if it was ever recovered. We didn't do a follow-up. And the reason it can be hard to recover a body from an acequia, from a ditch, is that the water runs through those ditches very, very quickly. And so bodies get swept, and they can be swept miles downstream in the acequias, and they can be caught in grates, and there are things, and basically things that allow them to be trapped underwater.
What would be the point of spirit coming through to say, this is where I was thrown off?
I didn't. The family didn't follow up with me because I didn't do it through the police, and it was actually the friends who were doing this. But they only followed up enough to let me know that within the week, the other psychic and myself had come up with the same area, and they were gonna look up. They were gonna do more, but I don't know what happened.
Hey, that's Jeannie's phone's ringing.
And her phone's ringing. Yay!
That is very cool.
Hello?
Hello! How are you, Jeannie?
Oh, fine. He's here.
Oh!
We had telephone problems.
We did. I heard your wonderful voice saying leave a message over and over and over again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I thought maybe there was some reason, some psychic reason for us to be cut off. So Elizabeth Anglin is here. She is a psychic, and she was just telling me a story about where she was communicated, got communication from a family on a missing loved one and helped them out. She stepped in. She's usually on the hour before I come on, but she quickly stepped in to cover for you until you got here.
Oh, that's
I tried
wonderful.
to be entertaining.
Yeah, it's
So. All right, so.
Okay.
I'm going to go.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you very much.
All right.
Take the rest of the day off.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh, Jeannie, you missed your wonderful introduction, your biography, which you probably don't even know. No, I'm kidding. I told everybody all about you. They have a big lineup here of people wanting to say hi. So they're all waving now.
Great.
And how have you been? We haven't chatted for about a year or more.
Really well. I'm on 2 police cases now, plus my regular what I do every day, and I have one more coming in, which I don't have the information on yet.
You have one more police case coming in?
Yeah, that'll be 3 in a row.
Oh, wow.
So.
Well, it's amazing.
Well, one should be ending very shortly.
Well, what I was telling the listener about you was when you had your near death in your 30s, and after that, this all opened up for you.
Yes. And one thing, dying was the most exciting thing I ever did. And it was so great that I have no fear of death at all. So, I mean, it was just fantastic.
Oh, that's creepy. Everyone should do it at least once. This is something that a lot of very open and very, we'll call like the higher end, very open psychic communicators have in common is they've died, and it's almost like you've been given that chance to peek through the veil, and it's okay, drat, she's seen assault. She's opened the curtain. She's seen how the play is put together. We don't have to block it anymore for her. It's, what do you get? Like, why do you think once you've crossed and come back, why that curtain doesn't pull tight again?
Oh, well, I've been tested by so many people all over the world, and each one of them has given me a different opinion. One person said that, or one scientist said I was a walk-in, that I was not the original person who died, but someone who made some type of an agreement and came in. And then I've heard that the shock of dying opened up a gland in my head and made me psychic. So I've heard lots of stories, and I still don't know.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it is, to me, it's fascinating. It's, I'm dipping my finger into the whole mediumship thing just through cards and just trying to get myself confident over that. I couldn't imagine that door opening so wide. And like you've described it, is it a gift? But back when you first got it, it probably didn't feel like really a gift.
It didn't feel like a gift back then. I thought I was cursed. And but I have realized that it is a gift, and I try to use it to the best of my ability. So when I do a reading, I start at their birth, and I look throughout their life, and I tell them what they did at certain ages, just so I know I'm on track. And then I get into what's happening now, and I go 10 years into the future, which they probably wouldn't understand, but I give them major things like moves and job changes and that type of thing. And then I read 5 people in their family because this enforces what I'm getting. Like if they had problems in the childhood, I know then who gave them the problem. So as you go through it, you just wind it all out. And I do the same thing with police cases. I have to know the last place the person was seen, and then I start there, and then I start tracking.
When you say you start there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I actually go into their past to see if there's anything that has caused this. But when I start tracking the person, I go to the last place they were seen. Like I was in Ohio, and they told me this boy disappeared from a shopping center. So I went to the shopping center, and he wasn't there. And so I thought, well, what do I do now? So I knew the last place had to be his home. So I went to the front of his house, and from then I found him.
Oh.
So you have to have a starting place.
Yeah. Do you do like kind of a remote viewing thing?
I see things, and I also feel things. So when, like for instance, when I was tracking one boy, I know he went down 2 blocks, turned left, and then he got on this road and, drove around, and I went with him the whole way. So and it's real easy for me to do it because I go through feeling, but I also get vision. I can see everything around me.
Okay. That's fascinating. Do you get the surprise standing at the foot of your bed kind of visits from the other side? Like, Jeannie, I think I'm dead.
Like that, not standing at the foot of my bed. But yes, and yet I've never wanted to be a spiritualist. It's hard enough dealing with reality, but I've never wanted to go there. But sometimes I just walk into it, and I can't get out of it. So,
what did you do to actually get connected to the very first police case you ever did? You're off being tested. This has all come to you in kind of you got hit over the head with this big wave of being open, and you're being tested. How did that Jeannie connect with the police in the first instance?
Well, in the first time, the parents came in and they had a missing child, and I told them where he was at, and I described exactly where I was. And I described on this road, I took them all the way through the town and out into the country, and luckily there was a great big giant rock there. And I said, he's right near the rock. And so they had the police come out, and the police searched with dogs. They went all up and down the road, and they searched around the rock, and they didn't find him. But while this was happening, a man from the press came, and he said, what are you doing out here? And he says, we're looking for a body because a psychic said it was here. And so the mother, because of everything that I had told her, knew he had to be out there. And so I had asked her not to go out there because I saw a vision of her standing over the body of her son. So I said, let the police handle it. But they searched on Tuesday and Thursday night after her husband got off work. They went out there, and she found her son. So then they called the police right from the location, and the press picked it up. They heard it over the radio, and they said, oh, my God, they found the body out there that the psychic told the police about. So, and I drew a map for the police department, too. I won the family to turn it over to them.
Okay.
So that story went international. It was in every paper. It just went on the wire. So I got letters from Mexico and Europe, all over. And the press was at my door, and they were terrible. It was awful.
Yeah, I could imagine the circus that they would make out of something like that. Just if one person reports it, then everybody else has to jump on the bandwagon and one-up them. That would be horrid for you.
Well, it was. The police had to lock us in at night and come and unlock the doors in the morning and bring donuts. So the story about police eating a lot of donuts is true.
No, they store them in the trunk and they give them to citizens.
Well, it was quite an experience, and then from that, I was swamped.
Yeah.
It didn't let up.
Never look back after that. So,
No.
When you do get a vision of the mother standing over the body, that's no matter what you did, you couldn't get that vision not to become real. You actually
tried.
saw it, yeah.
I just thought that was terrible for the mother to do that. He'd been out there for 6 weeks.
Oh, Lord.
And, but she did, it happened. And I felt really bad about that. But, they weren't going to go back to the police again, so they had to go out there themselves.
Yeah.
So it was quite heavy. And the next one, I ended up finding 3 murders at the same time by the same people.
Oh, tell me about that one.
Well, that was in Hillsborough, and there was this real socialite, and she was at a party, and with the chief of police and a lot of different people there, and she was telling him that she was going to go home and go to bed. Now, in Hillsborough, it is so wealthy that if you go on vacation, you leave your key at the police department, and then they check your house. So the police drove by, and her lights were on. And the next morning, her lights were on again. And so by that evening, they felt something was wrong. And so they went in, and she was missing, but there was blood in the kitchen. So a policeman came to me and wanted to know if I could help. And so I told him that he had they had taken her car, and her body was in the trunk of the car. And then I took them around all these windy roads, and I told him that they had thrown her over the side of this cliff on this road. But I said these 2 kids, it was a man and a woman, had killed another man, and his body was lower than hers, and he was a sailor who was hitching a ride, and they picked him up. So they found the sailor first, and then they ended up looking for her, but they didn't find her at first. And when he threw her over, she landed in a tree. So nobody looked up, they were looking down, and finally some Boy Scouts found her in the tree.
Oh, that's
unfortunate. And then they'd held up, the third one was that they'd held up a grocery store, and they had it was a mom and pop store, and they killed this man. So we had 3 bodies, and 2 were close together.
Is this the one where one of the kids or one of the people involved in the murder knew the older lady? And they went to take her car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went to borrow the car, and then the girl was rifling through her purse, and she saw her, and then that's when everything went haywire.
Yeah.
And he was a friend of her son, and what happened is I described him and the girl and what they were wearing, and they came into the police department about a week later, and they said that they were friends of hers. And the girl was wearing the exact clothes she wore that night that I had described.
Fascinating.
So he knew that the murderers were standing right in front of him.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, well, these things really happen.
And when you get that information, do you get it, do you actually have to meditate to tune in, or can you be buttering your toast and all of a sudden this comes to you?
Anytime.
Anytime.
Although on some things I do sort of shut down, but when I do shut down, I'm on the phone with the police, and I'm talking to them, and they're asking me where I'm going now, and I'm describing my direction, what I see. All of that comes into it.
Are you still having issues with believability with some police?
Yeah, I got a call from a case in Missouri where this woman wanted me to find this baby, And right away, as I'm talking to her, the pictures are coming in strong. I'm seeing everything. And so after I talked to her, we had someone call the police department. I didn't. And they did not want any psychics on the case. So, and I've had like 3 calls from that area, but I respect the police. And if they don't want somebody doing it, I back away. And I mean, maybe they don't know who I am. And police departments, when something happens, people call up, and a lot of calls, and they'll say, I had a dream, or I have a feeling, or whatever, and they just can't track all these things down.
Yeah.
So, and I'm still getting pictures on that baby. So it's driving me nuts, But like I said, I've worked with a lot of police departments, and I really respect the police. They really work hard, and they really try. And a lot of people think they're not doing anything. They are. So if they don't want to work with me, then I just back away.
Yeah. It wasn't meant to be then.
Yeah, that's what I feel. And this is a case that's they just turned it over to a new unit, and the new unit is just starting up. They never mentioned the people that called did not mention my name. I don't believe. I didn't hear the call. But, there's calls coming in every day. And one thing I did is I found 5 at one time. I ended up in a house with girls in it, and they were all runaways. So by the next morning, I sent them all home. And I have this technique that I use with children. And if I find a child and I'm not there, then they have to come in and have a reading from me. If I'm there, I do the reading right then. And on these girls, I give them choices. I said, you're at a crossroads now, and you have choices. But let me tell you what your choices are. And if you go down this road, this will happen. And if you go down this road, this will happen. So which road do you want to go down? And they always go down the right road. So then I helped them. We sent, this was in North Hollywood, of all places, and these children were all from out of state. The one I was after was from Arizona. So I had to get them all connected up and going home. So I took them to Denny's and had breakfast, and then we used their phone. And I called all the parents. Oh. So that was a big day in my life.
Yeah, that would have been. And that's what a lot of people out here don't understand, or the listener may not understand, but when a psychic is called to find a missing child, most of the time they're runaways, and you get yourself into a bit of a pickle if they're over a certain age, depending on what state. They can ask you not to tell their parents where they are. Is that correct?
Well, they've never done that.
Okay.
There was, in one case with one of the 5 girls, she couldn't go home because her father was abusive. But all of a sudden in my mind, I saw this woman, and I said, who is she? And she said, well, she's my aunt. And I said, what do you feel about her? And she said, oh, I love her. And I said, well, let's call your aunt. So we just, everyone went home. It was, I've never had any trouble with that.
Okay, good. Yeah, I could see how there are a lot of runaway young women who've had the bad stepfather or sometime, connected to abuse, and it is really, really bad. Now, have you ever run into when you were just starting this stuff, have you run into the silly town cop who thinks the only reason you know about the crime is because you had something to do with it?
I met one of those. they really questioned me, and he felt that with the information I know, I had to be connected. But I got through that. So
okay. He wasn't a guy. He wasn't in Texas, was he?
No.
Oh, okay. I remember talking to somebody. They said, if I ever go to Texas, he said he's going to arrest me because I saw where the car was in the lake. And of course, he didn't believe in psychics. Therefore, you must have something to do with it. It's like, oh goodness.
Yeah, I've met people like that, but when I went to Chicago, I walked into the police department, and this one man there was totally against psychics, and he kept making these sighs every time I said something, and we went out to get into cars, and they had 3 cars lined up, and so I got into the first one, and he got into the back seat, and I turned around and I said, "What are you doing in my car? You really don't believe in this." And he said, "This is my job, lady." And so the police department says, "Where do you want to go?" And I said, "Well, what if I take you to the murderer's house?" And they said, "That'd be nice." had never been in Illinois before, but I sent them down this road, and I said, "Now as we continue down it, you're going to see a Y, move to the left." And then I said, then we're going to dead in, and then you're going to turn left, and we're going left over a bridge, and then right into this area. And everything was just there, and I took him to the front of the murderer's house, and the man in back went, I believe. From then on, do you want any coffee, Jeannie, or can I do something for you? Or
that's funny.
But I found the police have been very, very cooperative and very nice. I mean, I fell in the river one time, and one man went and got me a blanket out of the car, and then all the police turned their back while I stripped down and got myself in the blanket. But I mean, we've had real adventures at times.
That would be an adventure. I would like to talk to you about your time in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with the serial rapist. If you can take your mind back there, and what is that about?
Well, what happened was this lawyer and I got a girl off of death row in Texas, and she was in Mississippi, and she was doing a class in forensics, and she set it up to call me, and then the class would ask me questions. So I called her, and we set it up, and right away somebody, the mother of one of the girls that was missing, was in the class. And so she had been talking about her daughter, and so they asked me if I could describe the murderer. And so right away I saw him, and, he's about 6 foot tall, broad, and he was black. And the police had stated that this was a white man, and it's a general profile. Serial killers are generally, medium height, and they're between 20 and 30, and they're white. And so this is what the Baton Rouge Police Department had set up, and that's what they were looking for. And then they got somebody called in and said they saw this girl in this truck. And this was a white man. So, and meanwhile, he had already killed I don't know how many girls. I'd have to go back and count them. And then this girl was missing. And so I went into it, and I saw where he was and what he was doing. And, so the class decided they would be detectives. So they went to Baton Rouge, which I guess is only about an hour from where they were at. And they were there, and when I said things on the phone, they were identifying it for me. And, I described a restaurant, and they went into the restaurant, and I was describing it to them, and they were verifying. And then I said, there's a flock of white birds flying over, and one girl went, oh my God, there's the birds. So I knew where I was at and what to do, so I relived the murder, and I didn't want to do this in front of the mother because this was probably one of the most horrible murders I've ever witnessed. And so, but I did it to my lawyer friend, and what we tried to do in that case, first of all, I saw him standing across from her apartment, and I saw what he was wearing. And so we went through the whole apartment. I didn't, but the girls did. They went through all the apartments, and they questioned everybody, and they had 5 witnesses that saw the same man that I saw. And they all described him wearing the same thing. I said he had blue dickies on, and my friend said, "What are blue dickies?" I said, "They're work pants." And every one of the 5 saw that. So the police would not respond. They were just sure that it was a white man, and they weren't going to be bothered with it. So my friend went and bought a kit, and we did, every single one of them did the profile and the drawing that they do. And so we had 5 drawings. And still, he was still killing, so then I thought, I've got to get ahead of him, because I know he always looked at he was there watching the place before he ever hit the place. And so I thought, I'll get ahead of him and we'll stop him that way. But they were about the next street over, when he hit on the block in front of him, and we lost that particular girl. Oh. He only hit upper graduates and women who work or own their own business. So they were superior women, and he didn't like any woman who was superior to him.
One of those guys.
So what I did is I had to sort of blackmail the police department. I was getting fed up with all this stuff we were doing, and they weren't listening, so I told them we had 5 composites, and what we were going to do, if they would send the DNA down to the DNA bank to be processed to see what nationality the person was, or we would release all of the composites to the press. And they tried to stall for a little bit, but we told them we were leaving to go down there, and they sent the DNA. And it came back, and it said he was black. And that's all we needed, because his DNA had been on the shelf at the police department for months. And they ran the DNA, and the gal came in on Sunday, and she thought she'd just look at it, because when she picked up her things, and she said, "Oh my God, it's him." So at that time, they went to his house, but he had gone to Georgia. Well, I picked him up in Georgia, so we knew where he was at. And they arrested him. So, yes, and he has now died. He died recently.
Now,
he was on death row.
He was?
Yes, he was convicted of 3 of them, but he killed about 17, I think.
And it was...
And
he was more attracted to his victims were the women of, say, power, or in kind of what he perceived as a caste above him?
Yes, but when you get into this, I followed him from his childhood, and he had a stepfather, and who was very jealous of his mother, so he made the boy watch his mother all the time. So he'd go out and look in windows if she changed rooms. And then if he didn't report everything his mother did to the father beat him. So pretty soon he went through all of that, and then he became a peeper. And he was peeping in other people's windows. And of course, when he was young, it was cute. As he got older, it was not so cute. And then from there, he went to robbery, and then from robbery, he went to rape, murder. So, but when I went back, he had a real bad situation with a teacher, a very dominant teacher. And I felt that he had killed her, and I put her not too far away from him, but in the hills, outside of a fire road. And I found out that that teacher was missing. She never was seen again. So I think that's what started him, was the teacher.
And of course that one was never solved or connected to him.
That was never solved.
Yeah.
There were so many to look at, and there are so many missing girls still. And I hear from the families that, come and find my daughter. And but, he was really good at some of them that we had were done in the house. But a lot of the earlier ones he buried.
Yeah.
So, and it's really bad not to get closure.
That happens a lot with serial killers. They'll change over time from, I don't know, you've probably heard this term where there's an organized crime or an organized murder compared to a disorganized. Organized is very specific and very well planned. Everything is methodical. And then the disorganized is just that. It's messy. And serial killers will get to a comfort zone, and things go from organized to becoming disorganized. And that's usually at the point where they're going to get caught. Unfortunately, to get a serial killer in their comfort zone, it depends on how many people they have to kill before they get comfortable. And that's no good. You'd like to catch them after the first one, but my goodness, to go after.
Well, this man was married with 2 children. He had a mistress, I found. And everybody liked him. He used to barbecue for people in the neighborhood. He was just an all-around nice guy. And I could tell when he was going to hit again, because after he killed somebody, he totally relaxed. And then pretty soon as days went by, his body started getting tenser. And I just know that all of a sudden this was the time that he was going to go again.
Oh.
So I learned a lot through that case. Finally, the police going to the DNA bank, that was a very positive thing, because it definitely declared, his nationality and who he was. And but there was another police department there, and that was their suspect, because he had killed somebody in their town. They suspected him, so they thought the serial killer was their man, and they're the one that had the DNA into the lab. So I knew it was on the shelf, and it was from another. They don't call them precincts there; they call them something else. Little town
detachments, or
no, it's got a name.
Not a precinct. Yeah, little town, Mayberry. No, I was thinking little town jails. The name of the police force, the sheriffs. A lot of the towns have retained the really old 1800s way of describing the little outposts of the police in the U.S. I'm not familiar with them. Up here, ours are more broken down. Actually, it's the same as the U.S. Marine Corps. We're detachments and unit commanders and subdivisions, so it's all military for me. But so if you've got the different police forces, that's sometimes gets in the way. You've got overlapping jurisdictions.
Right. Well, they're called parishes.
Parish.
And they surround Baton Rouge.
Right.
So, yeah, it is. It was. I just couldn't believe that the police department would ignore all of this information. That we had to go to the extremes that we went to have them do anything. And then after that, I heard that they were sending different people out into different states, telling people how to catch a serial killer. I never attended one of those meetings, but I would have liked to have.
Yeah, no kidding. I've been to one of those classes. It's kind of interesting. It's have you ever heard of the psychopathic triangle? Something that
I
all
don't think so.
Criminal psychopaths, they all have three things in common. It's bedwetting or uresis, the fascination with fire, and a history of cruelty to small animals, like killing the neighbor's cat or torturing the neighbor's dog, that kind of thing. And when you look back into people's past, now the other thing is it's people are afraid of the word psychopath. Psychopaths are probably the best business people because they will come in and they'll see the job and they will say, okay, we have to fix the company. It's like everything is for this company, so I have to fire these 65 people. We're not going to hire anybody else. You people are going to have to drop and pay, and they're just slash and burn. But they don't have any feelings towards those people. They just lay it off. And that's just a business psychopath, and they're usually very, very really good at coming into a company and making it work. And that's what they do. That's their job. But they have no remorse or no empathy for those they have to remove from the job. And we had a guy out here, he started that way. He was a car salesman, and his car, or so he owned a car dealership, and the person with the least amount of sales in 1 month got fired. So that is kind of cool. But those are mostly in business. The few and far between, thank goodness, are criminal psychopaths, and where they have absolutely no feeling for their victims.
Yeah, I've been on two where they did, abuse animals. And one was the L.A. rapist that he was from Washington and came down to L.A. and he's very famous. But again, when I was there was a letter written to him by his mother, and it said that if I knew you were disturbed, son, I wouldn't put your hand in the fire to show you that fire burned. I mean, some of this was real sickening. And then he had another area. He had a son, and he had a girlfriend in Washington, and he was a really good father. And yet he killed prostitutes.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah,
there's been a lot of them. And then I also worked on the vampire case in Sacramento.
I'm gonna let you hold the vampire case right now.
Okay.
I'm actually late for my 7-minute top of the hour break because you're just so interesting to listen to. We're gonna be right back with more from Jeanne Borgen right after this break. So get up, grab yourself a tea. Be right back.
Hi there, this is Dave Scott, and I would like to invite you to listen Monday through Friday right here on Spaced Out Radio. 3 hours a night of the top stories with the top guests, ranging topics from UFOs to ETs, ghosts to Sasquatch, and everything in between. We are live every night, 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. So come on in and take a listen at spacedoutradio.com. Spaced Out Radio will take you out of this world.
Hi there, this is your psychic medium, Joanna, and I would love it if you would join us every other Sunday on Spaced Out Weekend. With host James Tyson, we'll bring you personal psychic messages on two mediums and a large. Questions about love, life, career changes. We would love it if you would come and join us live. Call in and listen in for the experience. Allow us to open the doors to your other side. Two mediums and a large, heard only on Spaced Out Weekend at spacedoutradio.com.
Looking for news beyond the mainstream news? head to spacedoutradio.com and check out the SOR Spacewire. This is Spaced Out Radio's Eric Markham, News Director for the SOR Spacewire. Daily, I will bring you intriguing stories and outlandish reports from what's going on around the world. UFO sightings, paranormal activity, conspiracies, alternative health, and so much more. And if you have news, email me at news@spacedoutradio.com.
Attention Spaced Out Radio listeners. For only $5 a month, you can join Spaced Out Radio Space Travelers. Your membership at spacedoutradio.com will give you access to private fan area on the website, get you a monthly newsletter, draws for monthly swag, and a whole lot more. Sign up today to become a part of the Spaced Out Radio experience.
Strange creatures lurking in the night, the sounds of wood knocking in the forest, odd happenings right out of a fictional world. These are the reports I love. Hi there, this is author Ronald Murphy, and I would love it if you join me and Spaced Out Radio host Dave Scott the second Wednesday of every month on our journey into the unknown land of cryptozoology at spacedoutradio.com. From Mothman to Frogman and everything in between. Hey, they don't call me the crypto guru for nothing.
Greetings and salutations, space travelers, from the Chronicles of the Unknown team.
What is Chronicles of the Unknown? I keep hearing about this thing.
It's a new paranormal reality TV show based right here in beautiful British Columbia, Canada. Follow our team as we uncover claims of activity on the Caribou Gold Rush Trail. You can also follow us here every third Monday, where two members of our team will be available to answer your questions. We'll give you some equipment updates and some of our experiences on the road, right here on Spaced Out Radio.
For over 40 years, the Purple Energy Plates have been delivering amazing results for their many customers. Inspired by the great genius Nikola Tesla, the harmony, healing, and energetic effects of the plates have proven over and over to be beneficial and often miraculous to thousands of customers. With their money-back guarantee and the many benefits, how can you afford not to get one? Check their site for daily specials and choose from their many energy products. You won't be sorry. Visit them today at purpleplates.com for mind, body, and spirit, and expect a miracle.
Patrolling the Pacific Northwest, we are always on the lookout for the strange and unassuming stories that real people are experiencing. Hi, I'm Vincent Zunza from Pacific North Weird. Me and Alexandra Sullivan have teamed to bring to you those odd stories that never seem to make it into the mainstream. Stories so weird that will leave you scratching your head wondering, is this real? It's as real as it gets with Pacific North Weird. You can watch our videos right here at spacedoutradio.com.
Find yourself constantly looking up in the sky, looking for answers? Have you had extraterrestrial contact? Are you an abductee? Looking for answers to your experiences? Hi there, I'm R. Keith Andrews, Spaced Out Radio's resident ET expert. Join me live the first Friday of every month, where I take questions from the Spaced Out Radio chat room and help you understand those from the far-off world. It's 2 hours of knowledge every experiencer should listen to. Hope to see you there.
Hey everybody, this is Patrick Webster Small, and I'm here to bring you the Webster Phenomena every Saturday night, live at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. If you're looking for aliens and extraterrestrials, well, we've got them. Big and tall, short and small. You're bound to find what you're looking for. So join me on the Webster Phenomena right here on Spaced Out Radio.
Hi there, this is Jolene with Rivulet Reiki and Readings, and I want you to relax. Let me help you chill out and get in touch with your body, mind, and soul. In this busy world, sometimes we need to let go, and this is where I can help. Visit my website, rivuletrndr.wix.com/rivuletrndr, or my Facebook page, Rivulet R&R, to set up an appointment for relaxation, Reiki, or readings, no matter where you are. It's time for you to make time for you.
You hear footsteps in the empty room above you. A rocking chair begins rocking by itself. Don't be afraid of the things that go bump in the night. Reach for Spirit Storybox, the iPhone app the Huffington Post UK called the only ghost hunting app you will ever need. Spirit Storybox, The spirits are telling their stories. Are you listening?
Every month on Spaced Out Radio, we look into the deep and dark reports of cryptids roaming around the world with me, Rob Morphy from Cryptopia.us. I would love it if you would join me and host Dave Scott as we delve into the most arcane stories and reports regarding creatures of the unknown. My job is to hunt down the details and bring the evidence forward to you. These aren't your regular Bigfoot stories I'm talking about either. You can find out more about crypto history at spacedoutradio.com.
Tonight's edition of Spaced Out Weekend is brought to you by spacedoutradio.com, where you can now sign up to become a Space Traveler member. Now, for the final time tonight, here's Spaced Out Weekend's James Tyson.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Dave. I am with psychic investigator, psychic detective, and gosh darn it, just a psychic, Jeanne Borgen. You can go to see her on her website. It is psychicjeanneborgen.com. Again, psychicjeanneborgen.com. Jeanne, welcome back. And before the break, you were saying something about... what was it?
UFOs.
UFOs, yes.
Yeah, but that's a long, long story. We better go back to the police cases.
Okay, but right before the break, you said something. On the break, we talked about UFOs, and I told you to hold on. What was it?
This was Richard Chase. He was in Sacramento, and he was the vampire.
Vampire.
And he had just kidnapped a baby, and they brought me in right away. And it was a situation where I told the police where the baby was at, but the police had ideas of where they thought he was at, or where the baby was at. And they took me way out to the country and showed me all around, and then it got dark, and I had to go home. And then basically what happened is somebody at the church, the baby was in a box in the church, in an alleyway next to a church, and somebody found him. So he was eating animals and stuff like that, birds, anything he could get a hold of. He'd go to the pound, and then when he finally kidnapped a baby. So that was a real heavy case because I went into his apartment, and I really got into it, but I felt that if we had gone faster and we had gotten there, the baby would have been alive. So that was hard.
Yeah.
Very hard for me. And then they had an East Area rapist. And so the police weren't doing anything, and I told them what night he was going to hit and where he was going to hit. And I named the street, and it was just one short street. And I said, there's a dark-haired woman that lives there, but for some reason I keep seeing a blonde girl about 16. Well, they wanted to take me out to American Canyon where he had hit before. And we sat out there at night, and when we were sitting there, he hit that house, and the 16-year-old girl was a babysitter. So the police didn't do anything, and I kept waiting and waiting. So I finally went to his house, and I just knocked on the door. I told him I was a reporter from the newspaper running a story on people who had been in prison, and we were doing things to see how we could improve the prisons, and would he mind being interviewed? And he invited me in, and boy, was he a hunk. I'm telling you. He was really good looking. There were weights all over the floor, and he was bodybuilding. And this is why he could leap over all these fences. But I interviewed him and talked to him, and I noticed that they were moving. And I confirmed a lot of things when I was talking to him, because there were several nights. His wife worked at night, and that's when he hit. And there were several nights he never went out, and those were the nights his wife was off. So I said, "It looks like you're moving. Where are you going?" And he says, "I'm going to Baton Rouge." Well, that was the one reason I took the Baton Rouge case, was because I thought he might still be in Baton Rouge. So, and he said his wife's family lived there, and he had 2 children. And so anyway, by the time the police did anything, he was gone. And that was the last time he hit.
Oh, wow.
And he had a lot of rapes all over the place, many, many, many of them. And he started in Los Angeles, and I did talk to the an inspector in L.A. He called me up and wanted to know where he went. And then he went on up the coast, and he went into Stockton and Sacramento. So I didn't think he'd ever stop. But he wasn't in Baton Rouge. He was, I tracked him, and it looks like he went to Colorado. So it's nice when you can track people. I do that with friends, too.
Oh, nice. Is that why you wanted my name and date of birth? So you could track me?
No, I just have to bring them in and have a picture, and then I just see where they're at. And I see the surroundings, and I can see the house they're living in. And I did learn something very important, though. I had a woman who had a child that she adopted out, and she just wanted to see her. She said she would not approach her, and so I told her where she was at. And she got the father and her went in to that state. And I named a bank that I kept seeing her in, so they went to the bank, and she walked in. She actually was working for a lawyer across the street, and she was taking the money in every day. But this girl did not want to be found. And I learned a real valuable lesson, that you don't find anybody that does not want to be found. So now I know what to do. I would have her go through the adoption thing and do it. It takes a long time, but they have to do that, because I did not respect this girl's privacy, and I just didn't know. In fact, I didn't know the mother was going to approach her. But anyway, you have to draw lines, and there's lines that you can't cross. Wow. And nobody gave me an instruction book when I started this. I just
and that's the problem. It's almost like you want to sit down and say, "Spirit, okay, I've got this going. How does this work?" It's like handing a kid a shotgun. Not in your case, mind you. You've got here you go, off you go, and
well, I do talk to God a lot, and a lot of times I just say, "Why me, God?"
Because
but and sometimes I ask for help, and suddenly the pictures will clear. It's amazing. Go ahead.
It's funny that a lot of this is dealt with by like some of the mainstream people as being kind of like voodoo. It's the devil giving you this information. You're being tricked. You should, find God. You should read your Bible. I've yet to meet a psychic that doesn't believe in God. It's
I definitely do, and I am religious. And but this is something I can't turn off. There are certain times after a case I would like to, but it just doesn't go away. So I see a lot of things I don't want to see.
Yeah, and that is the hard part. That's almost like you were saying with that person who kidnapped the child, the baby. That's something that hopefully those who are around you and protect you keep you from literally getting like a post-traumatic stress disorder. It stays detached from you.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably the most relaxed person you've ever met. And one thing is I don't feel pain. And that's got me into trouble. Because, you know, I had a leg broken in 2 spots and I walked into the hospital with it. So there's a lot of little things that I've learned over the time.
Jeannie, excuse me, I just pick up my tongue. How do you not feel pain? Is it a result of your near death when you were younger?
No, what I did was I took a whole course in hypnosis, and I am a hypnotherapist also. And you can put what you call I don't know what I would call it, but it's like something where you put a cap over where you're hurt, and it dissipates all the pain immediately. But you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to have, feeling but no pain. And when I put that on there and got into the hospital, nobody thought the leg was broken. It was swollen real bad, but the doctor started moving it around. And the minute he said to me, though, don't you feel pain? And he used the word pain, I felt it. And then he took me in. I was x-rayed. They saw that they were really bad breaks, and they called in a surgeon and all of that. And I thought, God, I'm all by myself in emergency all night. And what happened, they told me I had to stay. They didn't give me a walking cast. They gave me a cast that I couldn't walk in, and so I'd be in it for about 6 months. I was in it 1 month, went down and said, take it off. And they said they weren't going to do it. And I said, then I'll saw it off. So they took it off, and it was healed. And they gave me a brace that I could wear, and that lasted about 2 days, and then I had a cane, and that lasted about an hour. And the leg's great. But I've done that all of my life. And I think what happened is that, I did this from the time I learned hypnosis, but I was beaten very badly as a child by a stepmother, and I set up a pain barrier then. And I've had, even as a young girl, I had all my teeth work done with no Novocaine. Nothing, because I just didn't feel pain. So adding hypnosis onto it, like with a major break, was really easy for me.
Wow. That's just fascinating for me. I've never met somebody who doesn't feel pain. I've had a fight with somebody when I was younger, and a policeman that obviously didn't feel pain, which is very scary. When you pop them in the nose and they look at you like nothing happened, and you're thinking, okay, now what do I do? I'm just going to put my baton behind the file cabinet and lock up my gun, and we're going to have a wrestle here. So I was like, oh my God. It's, I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine, that's why our brain, we have that hot stove thing. Like, you lean your hand on something and you pull it away before it burns more. Or you step on you're barefoot and you step on a piece of glass, or in my case, crawling around the house looking for something, and I get that piece of Lego right under your kneecap. Oh, I hate Lego.
Right.
It's like
I've actually assisted in 2 major operations where the people could not have anesthesia, and we used hypnosis, and they talked all the way through the surgery, and then they got up and sort of put themselves on the gurney, still chatting away. It's amazing though what can be done with hypnosis as far as pain, and 2 people had surgery. One had their eye taken out, and they were actually talking through it, and as they were putting it back in and actually saying, oh no, it's blurry on the left, and we're telling the doctor exactly how to do it.
It's
and you have to be conditioned to do this, though. You can't go in and have it done.
How do the doctors react to that?
The one doctor was the first one. This was a woman that the breast was stuck to the backbone, and they had to cut her open and relieve that pain, and she could not have any anesthesia. So we started conditioning her for hypnosis, and hypnosis was used through the whole surgery.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, babies used to be delivered with hypnosis. So in Russia, when we were having all kinds of help, they were still being delivered by hypnosis, and then pretty soon they started adding stuff, and then hypnosis faded away. But my daughter, I put her into hypnosis the minute her water broke, and she went through her whole labor and slept.
Oh. So
she thinks it's real easy to have a baby.
they wanted her to push. She just kept.
No, she started bearing down while she was sleeping. So I went and got the
cool.
nurse, and I said she's bearing down. So they took her in, and the minute they released her from me, she woke up, and then she felt her first pain. But she was in delivery at that point.
Wow, that's crazy. See, there's where you're going to get some black ops is going to show up in your front yard down there in Napa while you're out working in the garden. They're going to take you to some super soldier place where you're going to give all the soldiers this hypnosis that'll keep them from feeling pain when they're out running around blowing up stuff.
Well, I wished that it was more recognized. They're using it in hospitals with asthma victims a lot. And they can breathe easier, and they relaxed. Actually, a relaxed body does not feel any pain. But when you've hurt something, you tense, and that accentuates the pain.
Yeah. That's fascinating.
I just don't feel pain. Never had a headache.
But you actually will, but internal emotions, mind emotions, something you can see will upset you. You still have 100% of it, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm doing something with children, that really disturbs me. But then after it's over, I just start deep breathing and start relaxing my body and whatever. The first case, I didn't know how to do that, and I went into shock and spent about a week in the hospital. That was the first case I did.
Yeah, I've got... I'm just looking around myself right now. Okay, both shoulders hurt. I've got from surgeries and stuff I did as a Mountie. My broken hand, I bumped it on a guy's chin, and then I got a screwed up knee from football as a kid. And I'm thinking how nice it would be. And what I mean by how nice it would be not to feel the pain is that when you do have those little bits of pain, you kind of favor that area, and you never develop the musculature around it. So if I didn't feel the pain, the muscle and everything would come back and it would be normal to me again.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
nice.
Hypnosis, under hypnosis, you really, you just put, I call it a hypnotic glove on the area that's hurting. And basically it doesn't hurt until somebody asks you, are you in pain? And then at that point, I'll feel it. One of my clients went into the hospital to have surgery, and she told the gal, "Don't you dare use the P word." And the nurse looked at her and says, "Oh, you're one of those, huh?"
Oh, wow.
She must have encountered that.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe that's common now. Yeah, that would...
It's becoming more common.
That's what I need. See, I was on my long motorcycle trip down through Napa Valley and down in your neighborhood. I should have dropped in.
You should have.
Because that hurt. So, that was I got coming in, Jeannie. My butt really hurts from a long motorcycle ride. I would rather not have that hurting right now. Am I being too forward to ask you to talk a little bit about the UFO experience we talked about on air or off air?
Well, I can. It's just that it's a very, you have to go through steps of what I went through to get to that.
Okay.
But, I can tell you a little bit about it. I mean, I've heard all of the stories. I went to the desert in California because I heard that there was a UFO base there, and they healed this roller derby queen who had cancer. And she went to the desert, and she was there 7 days. 7 days seems to be the number. And she came home with no cancer. And then I was working with a detective that was dying of cancer. She had liver cancer. So I said, why don't you go to the desert? And I sort of said that tongue-in-cheek. But we went to the desert, and the first thing we did is we went to the sheriff's office because she was a detective, and he said, oh, you mean out at the UFO landing base? And I said, are you really the sheriff? I was very skeptical. And he said, yes, and he showed us all the pictures that people had taken in the town of UFOs in the sky. So there was also a little airport there, and there was a granite rock. To be cured, you had to lay on the granite rock every day for 7 days. And I don't know if the granite is some type of a conductor or what it was, but the gal that went out there was totally healed. And she was on her last leg at that time. She was totally healed of the cancer in 7 days. But she had to go to work for the UFO people. And that was what I was telling you. There were conditions to her being cured, and I felt if they were humanitarian, they shouldn't have conditions. So then I met this man, but there was that came to the house, and he was an extraterrestrial, and he said that they can create matter, but they do not have a digestive system, nor do they bleed. They have no artery system. They're just made up of matter. And he cut his arm open to show me, which really sort of made me sick watching him cut on himself, but he healed it. There was no scar. So he spent the night at the house, and we talked all night long. And he had talked to the girl before that I was going to go out to the desert. She was going to go out to the desert with her. And when I asked her things, she told me that he said that I could tell you anything, but what I'm not supposed to say, I won't remember. And she'd start to talk, and then all of a sudden she'd stop, and I'd say, what? And she'd say, huh? So after he spent the night with me, my secretary came in the next morning all excited because we knew William was coming. And I'd start telling her different things, and all of a sudden I'd stop, and she'd look at me, and she says, and then what happened? I said, huh? She says, okay, I get it. So, but he told us all about space. He said that there were different universes, and that I asked him if they had a supreme, that if they had a God, and he says, we do not call him that. He said the solar system is made up of a council of gods and lords, and so we don't call him that. And I said, what do you call him? And they said, we call him the living light or the supreme being. And I said, so you do have a belief system? And he said, yes, of course. And he explained that he was from a healing planet. By the time this was all over with, he wanted me to go to work for him. And I said, I can't. And I know Terry was flying all over the world, and he said, we want you to be a healer, and the first thing you'll do is you will go down to this children's hospital in Tennessee, and you will heal 5 children. And I said, why just 5? And he says, because we cannot get involved with your karmic spear here. And he says that these 5 children must be saved. And I said, you mean I can't, just heal somebody? And he said, no, not unless they're supposed to be healed, which I didn't like. I've always been a little arguer. So anyway, I said that I couldn't do it. And he says that one night you will go out to a restaurant. You will be all alone. You will order a cup of tea. And when you get that tea, you will know your answer. I've never ordered tea. So I also asked him, I said, it's really expensive traveling all over the world. And he said, you're not to charge, but he said, people will donate money to you, but you never ask. So I said, okay, but that has never happened. And Terry worked for them for years, and, and I kept up with what she was doing. But I was in Las Vegas right after when I was fighting this whole thing about, how come they're making you make choices? Why don't they just heal you? And I was going to the Hyatt to do a big lecture there, and all of a sudden my legs swelled up really bad, and I couldn't stand on them. And so we brought a doctor in, and he told me he couldn't find out what was wrong with them. They'd have to do more tests. And I told my husband, I want to leave Las Vegas right now. And so after we passed over the border and we'd gone a little ways, I looked down and my legs were normal. So I accused William of doing something to me, and he said, that wasn't us. He says, we don't do things like that, but there are other people here that do. The other thing he did when I was on the desert, this woman had a box of medicine that the woman I took to the desert, and drugs, all sheets of drugs. So I went in and laid down, and I felt this. I was paralyzed on the bed, and this energy was coming up slowly up my body, through my legs and up into my head and my neck, and I felt like I was going to pass out, and then it ended. And then I heard this voice, and it said, go and get the drugs. And so I told my husband I was going to go get the drugs, and he says, but Jeannie, what if she dies? What are you going to say, that the UFOs told you to take away all of her drugs? And I said, I don't know. He had a good point. Yeah. So I went back to the motorhome, and I laid down again, and they gave me a telephone number, and they said that there was an extraterrestrial in Washington at the Pain Center and at this university. So with that little phone number in my hot little hands, I ran across there to her motorhome and took all of her drugs. So then they told me to go down and buy cherry syrup, the pharmacy kind they use in cherry Cokes, and some cups. And so, and to give her, about an ounce every 4 hours. So I did that, but while I was down there, she hadn't eaten hardly anything. I mean, she was skin and bones, so I bought all kinds of baby food and, health drinks and that type of thing, and brought it all back with me. I thought I'm going to start feeding her every 4 hours. But I poured this out, and I said to her, I said, you have to take it every 4 hours. I guess I'm going to have to sit up with you all night. She said, no, you go to bed, and I'll take it. And I said, no, you might cheat. I said, if you cheat, I'm out of here. We're not going to continue. She said, honest, Jean, I won't cheat. So she took it every 4 hours, cherry syrup. And then she went out to the Rock every day, and I made her dress up, and we took her to breakfast to the restaurant, and she was very, very weak. But then, like I told you before, on the 7th day, we actually went down to Palm Springs had her hair done in a beauty shop, and that's really hard to do when you're weak, and bought all new clothes. And so, anyway, she was cured.
Oh, wow. Now,
yeah.
Here's the secret. Now, you don't have to tell anybody else. It'll just be between you and I. Where in the desert is this place?
Well, like they said, I could tell anything that happened. I just, if I couldn't say it, I wouldn't remember it. It's at a place that's called Giant Rock, and it's a huge rock, and I think there's one in the Bible. And this isn't the rock that they lay on. This is just a huge, huge rock. During the war, a German was underneath the rock. He had made a little home under there, and he had a short wave that it was a little kind that didn't go anywhere. He wasn't communicating with Germany or anything. He was sort of a recluse, and they came in and they threw hand grenades in under there and killed him. So when you go under there, there's all these little things in the walls from the hand grenades.
Oh.
But the rock itself is historical, and it's outside of Palm Springs.
Okay.
And I think the closest town to it was Landers.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've been to the rock. And there was a man there, talk about extraterrestrials. He was building a big dome, and he had plans that were given to him by the extraterrestrials, and he could not use any metal, no nails, nothing in it. So it was like putting wood and putting a jigsaw puzzle together. And he said that when it was finished, you could walk into there and you would be healed. Now, I never saw the finished product.
Wow.
And I did hear he died, so I don't. It's probably still there. No, it's a work of art. Nobody would tear it down.
Yeah.
If you could imagine a complete dome made out of wood but no nails.
That'd be an interesting engineering feat in
it's
itself.
all put together. Yes, and he had the plans there. He even showed us these plans that he had to put it together, and he said that the extraterrestrials talked to him and told him he lived there. And so this dome was near his house, and it was near the rock. So, fascinating man, and he communicated with the UFO people. Oh, and the other thing that happened is we heard from the planes that went up that they couldn't go over this mountain range, that they'd start over it, and their instruments would go round and round, and the planes start bucking and everything, and they thought there might be a mothership in there. But so I asked them to take me up, and we headed that way, and the plane started bucking up and down, and the instruments were going round, and we had to curve off and head away.
Wow.
But William told me, he said that the mind here could not comprehend what they really have. And he said a mothership could have 25,000 smaller craft in it. He said, we do things in a big way.
Yeah. Well,
but I'm trying to think about how big that mothership had to be to have 25,000 smaller little UFOs in it.
Dave Scott, who does our show Monday to Friday, he was looking out his back porch in a community just outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, and overlooked a valley. And he described a craft that he saw, and I think he was with two friends, that basically blocked out the sky. It would have been miles across and miles long. And it came right
that would
up,
have been a ship.
Yeah, right over his house, and as you turn your head to see it go, it just disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
this
like...
is what he just, this is what he described to me, and we talked all night long with no sleep at all, so it started at 7 o'clock, and we went till 10 when they left, but I learned a lot about the UFO people.
Well, there you... And you were saying they were from the seventh dimension?
He was from the seventh dimension. He said that there were a lot of different dimensions, or I don't remember the word he used, but he said they were in the seventh dimension. And he said they were a healing planet, and they did not have physical bodies, but they could manifest physical bodies. He said that in the fourth dimension, we're a fourth dimensional planet. Mm-hmm. He said in the fourth and fifth, they have human bodies. He said in the sixth and seventh, they do not have human bodies. They are energy beings.
Okay. Now,
I don't know how truthful this is.
Well,
I'll tell you, I became a believer from the healing alone.
Yeah, the healing and sitting up with somebody who can cut into his arm and not bleed. There's some good clues, so you might as well believe everything else that's coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, well, then he told me one time, he said, if you ever need me or you make your decision, he said, just think about me and I will call. So I was really upset one day, and I started thinking about him, and the phone rang. And it was him, and I said, where are you? And he says that he was on some type of an Army telephone, and he was... very close to Iraq in the desert. So that was the last time I talked to him. But I know he traveled all over the world.
Well, that'd be fascinating. And he would travel in his human form. That is amazing.
Yes.
Well, once he got there, in the split second, it probably took him to get to that area.
He could also disappear, because we had an incident that happened before we decided to go. We had just gotten back from the UFO base, and we were in a little beauty parlor, and there was a storeroom behind with one door entering it, and we were sitting there in chairs. There were about 4 of us there, and we were telling them about Terry's trip. And I looked up, and there was a man standing there holding a pipe, but he wasn't smoking it. He was just holding it. And Terry said something, and somebody interrupted her, and he said, let Terry talk. And so I looked at Terry again, and then I started feeling dizzy and sort of sick to my stomach, and everybody in the room was going through this. And Terry started looking really pale, but she still had cancer at that time. And so I said, we better get you home. I think you need to lay down. And she said, what happened to the man? And everybody in the room said, what man? I said, the man with the pipe that was standing over there. And she said, yeah. And she described the same man I was seeing, but he would have had to walk by the door to get out into the beauty shop. He just disappeared. When she went on the spaceship in New Mexico, which I told you it's a long story, what happened is that she said, you'll never guess who was on the spaceship. And I said, who? She was the man with the pipe.
Oh.
And they told her that she could take all the pictures she wanted, and what she was not supposed to have, they would not develop. And she said, I took a whole roll, and I said, let's get them to the quickie place right now. And we got the film out. We could see different things in it. We could see panels like on airplanes, but I also got a beautiful picture of William that on the spaceship that she was on. But we were going to trick them. I had a detective from the detective agent follow her to the airport. And, and then she came and called me, and then I called him. She said she's going to get on the plane, that there'd be somebody to meet her in New Mexico where she was to go on the spacecraft. And so I called the detective, and he said, she's just standing in the middle of the room, and she's talking to herself. Her hands are moving around, and I don't know what she's doing. And then she went over and called you, I guess. So that we had the detective set up to pick her up in New Mexico, and they lost her. We didn't hear from her for 5 days, and we were going out of our mind. And then suddenly she called and said that she was at the airport, and she was coming in. And that's when she brought the film, and we heard everything that happened on the spaceship. And I said, "Were you really on a spaceship?" And she says, "Oh, yeah." And she said they were very, very nice. Again, she described the tall, silvery, they had silver clothes on. So,
which is...
it's weird, but...
Yeah, that's kind of the
I'm a doubting
old
Thomas,
one.
I'll tell you.
Well,
it's been hard for me to do this.
I know, but it's being a doubting Thomas is the right way to look at stuff like this. You have to go into it with the mind, your mind saying, okay, you've got to show me everything or else I cannot believe in what I'm seeing. And that is the way you should be looking at this. If you just walk in open to everything, those are the people who probably are going to get tricked into doing something silly or walking in to a situation they really shouldn't be walking into. If you kind of come in a little bit more timid, a little bit more thoughtful, and paying attention to what's going on and asking the right questions, you should be fine. So doubting Thomas is the way to go.
Yeah, I got a telephone call, and they said that there was an extraterrestrial coming from Washington, D.C., from the White House to see me. Now, remember, the person that was the head of the clinic, the pain clinic in Washington, was supposed to be an extraterrestrial. I did call up and ask for him, and they told me he wasn't there, but they acknowledged he worked there. Now somebody's coming from Washington, and she came in with papers that I still have them. They're labeled from the White House. And she told me that I was touring the United States because at this time I was going through trying to educate people about banks and a lot of other things. And I went all the way down to L.A. and across to Las Vegas and then home. And she wanted to know if she gave me all the information that the White House had on Victory Gardens, and she said, we are going to reach a time where food and water will be a major crisis here. And she said, I'd like you to talk to people about having gardens, because so many people have forgotten how to garden. And William hardly talked at all. He only talked when he had something to say. Valerie never shut up. She was still talking on the way to the car. I had my husband go out and look at her license plate, and she had a federal license plate on her car. And I had White House papers. Now, that was weird.
What year was that?
God, I'd have to go back and look. I was touring at the time.
Okay.
But it's just, they're among us as far as I can see or understand. They're here. So, when I hear these stories of little green men and all of this stuff, I don't know what to think.
Yeah.
Although he said that there were different planets in the universe and different dimensions and whatever, and they weren't all the same.
Yeah,
they weren't the same.
It is different, and I think somebody just came out where they were saying they're looking through the latest bits and pieces in the Hubble. There's 1 trillion galaxies. Yeah. So throw and a galaxy is full of stars, and the stars may or may not have a planet, but 1 trillion, that's hard to count. So. Well,
there's something we've just moved, but if I find it, I'll show it to you. He gave me, I asked him when he said that they would move in and save everyone who made the choice or is about to make the choice, they would move in with protection and save them. And I said, how are you going to move in without panicking everybody, in the United States? And he showed me this strip, and it had colors on it that were all very pale, like a pale blue, pale yellow, pale green. And he said on every television set in the United States, they're going to see this pattern. All televisions will go to the pattern. And then when they look at it, they will become very, very calm.
Oh.
So he gave me the paper that it was all, the colors were on. So I've never forgotten what they were going to be. But I learned a lot that night. It's, I hope it will never be, although I've been predicting on predictions that we're going into another major recession, and, we've got war things going on, and
Yeah.
I predicted 10 years ago that, maybe 8 years ago, that ISIS, that I didn't know the name, but I said this group would be coming up. They would be worldwide, and they would be worse than Hitler ever was.
Yeah.
So, and they're here now.
Yep.
So,
so
maybe, if everything I heard is true, we're going to be all rescued.
I hope so. And I have a pile of questions. I'm not going to keep you up too late, but I have some questions I want you to go through. Shar missed, a couple of our listeners have missed the beginning of this when you were asking them, do you believe in God? You said that they have, what did they, again, Jeannie, what did they call the groups?
There is an international, or a council that rules the universe, and it's made up of gods and lords. So they do not call the supreme being, was what he said, but they also call him the living light. And so they don't refer to him as God, because they have gods that rule.
Yeah. I've heard that where, one god, we'll call it, the god might be in charge of these 20 galaxies. And it's broken down from there as he's in charge, and then there's different management positions. And those could be determined to be angels or whatever you'd want to describe them. The other question is, I'm going to go fly back here. This time when something's going to appear on the televisions in the United States, and hopefully in places like Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, he said around the world.
Okay.
I'm in the United States.
I know. But not so much in France.
It's a pattern.
Yeah, it's. Did he say when this was supposed to happen?
No, but he didn't tell me when I was going to order that tea either. He just said that we were going to get into this real bad time in our history, and that they would move in with protection. And that's when I asked him, how are you going to keep everybody calm? We're going to be invaded by one thing, and we've got UFOs out there too.
Yeah.
And he said, no, they're going to put this on our television, every computer. It'll be one mass thing, and the minute you look at the pattern, you will instantly be calm, and then they can communicate.
See, I wonder if that's why we're going through this last 10 years of having personal computers we can look at in our hand.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter where we are, someone's going to be able to get a hold of us.
They will broadcast worldwide. And he said that they will not agitate people, they will actually soothe people. So that I thought, at first I thought maybe this is a form of hypnosis, or, and when I do hypnosis, I talk in a monotone.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't, at this time I it took a long time for me to comprehend everything he was saying. He even told me the 5 countries I would go to once I have that cup of tea and make my decision. And yeah, and he told me that I would heal royalty. And you know, I thought, this little girl from a small town in California, you got to be kidding. But and you know, at that time I had my family, my husband. My husband's now gone, and I'm alone now. But I still, it's got to come. If I go out and get that tea, it's got to come natural. And he said I'd be alone in a city, though.
Yeah.
And I would go into a restaurant and order a cup of tea. So it has to be exactly like he said.
That's amazing. See, what is also interesting in that statement alone is that whoever they are, whoever William's healing group are, they know what is going to happen in the future.
Yes.
So that kind of goes into, they know the plans for our lives, the Akashic record, or the way things are going to be. So are we, in your opinion, as a result of your conversation with this gentleman, are we on the path, we as a species, on the path that we're supposed to be in? Are we supposed to reach this point where things are going to go sideways, I guess? Or is he just sees us going in that direction?
I think that's more it. They do. You know, I'm one person who I believe that you can change your fate. Like, I always feel you've got the 2 roads to go down that I talked about when I started, and I think that knowledge is power. And so if I have a client come in here, I try to give them as much power to make the decision that I possibly can. And then if they don't use it, then that's another thing. But certain things are predestined. And, I mean, I've got stories to tell that will actually show you how it's predestined.
Yeah.
And because I can see when people are going to die and what they're going to die of. I never mention that. That's something I leave to God. But there was, we had a mayor in San Francisco and his associate that was shot and killed by Dan White.
Yeah.
And I looked at them, and they died exactly when they were supposed to, and they were supposed to die from a gun. Dan White was sort of a mild guy, and he owed karma from a past lifetime in which he owed 7 years. So he had to pay 7 years, and I told the family that. And they said, he just killed 2 men in cold blood, Jeanne. How can he get 7 years? I said, it's all he owes. And Dan White went to prison for 7 years on a Twinkie defense.
What's a Twinkie
Did you ever
defense?
hear of that case?
No.
Yeah, he said he ate Twinkies and the sugar reacted in his body. And
okay.
You know, right, from the Twinkies, and that's why he went berserk. And he got 7 years for that. But afterwards, I knew that he was such a mild man and such a good man that he would probably commit suicide. And he did. When he got out of prison, he couldn't live with himself.
Well,
so he killed himself.
And he paid his debt. So
he paid his debt. He
so
did his
he'd
karma,
move on.
And the 2 men that were going to die at that time, even if it wasn't Dan White, they died. He was just the instrument that took him out, and then he owed karma.
Yeah.
I've also got letters from prison saying, I'm innocent. I'm innocent, Jeannie. Can you get me out? And I can't.
You could be innocent.
They may not have done it, but they're in there for that term.
You do owe. Yeah.
Because of the karma.
Yeah. It's one of the questions we have from the chat room is, do other beings, other spirits, other energies, other people pay for our debts? And it sounds like if we have a debt, we continue to pay for that in our next life.
Yes.
Is that more like it? So
yeah, you don't get away with anything.
So Jeannie's not going to pay for my debt, or someone else isn't going to pay for it. It has to. It remains in my path.
It's in your path, but it can be resolved. And I've seen people, well, I've done it myself, and I've seen other people do it. It's like if you get into whatever you did and you really examine it, take it apart and really look at it, and then you forgive the other person, and most importantly, you forgive yourself, the karma's over.
Okay. Yeah.
So
it's absolutely fascinating, and I'm so jealous because I want to meet William, and I think every person
really nice.
every person that probably has met him and has had that conversation that goes that 12, 13-hour conversation will walk away thinking, oh, what a fascinating guy. One of the things I would like to know is how many of you are out there, do you suppose, that have been chosen to help them out?
Oh, I feel that there's probably quite a few. Like Terry was not psychic, she was a detective, but to be healed, she went to work for them, and she did some marvelous things. She traveled. She wouldn't tell me what she did, but she traveled all over the world. And they have other people working for them. I don't think anything happens by chance.
No.
The surgery that I went in for was very, very minor. And they said I was allergic to the anesthetic, which was the truth serum they gave me. So maybe it was the fear of the truth serum that my heart stopped. But it wasn't a big thing. Like some people go through massive things, and I didn't do that.
I've got a question in from the chat room. I know this is picking on one specific religion, but they're asking, what are they asking? It was something with the Catholic Church. What does she say about Catholic Church? Does that resonate with you at all?
Well, I think that, all churches have some good, are good, and some of them have some bad. I mean, the Catholic Church has quite a reputation, mainly in the past and some in the future. But I know a lot of Catholics, and they're really, really good people, and their faith really restores them. So, if you have anything that deals with your faith that you can lean on in bad times and whatever, it can't be bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be good. So, and what I did when I became psychic, we invited to our meetings, we had a group of, my kids called them the witches. I'm having a witches meeting, but we invited people from the church in to talk to us about why their faith was better than somebody else's. And when they came in, and we had a dozen or more, they were all saying basically the same thing, sometimes in a different way, but it was the same thing. And there was good in all of them. I think sometimes it depends upon your minister or your priest or whatever too.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, and the way I've kind of learned it from my father, is don't put a name on it, just believe.
Well, when I was religious. I went to, Sunday school from the time I was a small child, but after this happened to me, you really believe. because it's the only thing that really makes sense, that all of this could happen to a person. And I always feel like as long as I do good things and help other people, then that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
So, in fact, there was the one reward with a girl, and it was $50,000, I think. And I found her, and I don't get paid for police work at all, but
yeah.
I put it in. She was a black girl, and I put it into an account for her, and specified it had to be used for college, otherwise she'd lose it. And she graduated high school with good grades, came back to her family. She went to the East Coast and went to college, and now she owns a couple businesses.
Good for her.
And I'm very, very proud of her.
Yeah.
So
it's karma.
the money went for a good thing.
Yeah. I think we all have those issues in our lives. I'm pretty sure Hitler has been doing jail sentences in the last few lives he's come back in. But it gets into that question of heaven or hell. What do we, if you're really going to go down the awkward path, the evil path, is there such a place where you just kind of go burn in hell? I personally think there isn't. If Jesus was crucified, or died for our sins, why would a God crucify his only son for our sins if we weren't allowed to sin anymore? I'm pretty sure hell was working full bore right up in the Old Testament up to that point, but I don't know. And as a paranormal investigator, as somebody who's really interested in what you do, Jeannie, I just have all those questions like on the tip of my tongue, and I'm just one of those greedy humans who want the answers before I die. Because once I die and get the answers, it's too late. It's like, drat, I should have turned left instead of turning right. I should have listened to this person and not that person. But, I'm just greedy and want all my answers. And you're lucky enough to get a whole conversation overnight with somebody who can answer probably answered everything, but you only remember the stuff you were supposed to. On
that overnight, he did say that the Earth used to be a third-dimensional planet, and it is now a fourth-dimensional planet. And like he said, that when you have to work out all the karma where it's created, so you have to keep incarnating into the Earth if you're on the fourth-dimensional level. But if you evolve, then you go to the fifth level when you incarnate again. And I think he said Beethoven was on the fifth level. Because I asked him for an example. I think that's the one he gave me. But and then eventually you'll get up into the seventh level, but the seventh dimension. But when he told Terry, he said, "I've always known Jeannie." And when I saw him, I really looked at him and I thought, no, I don't know him. And then he gave me a hug and he said, "I've always known you, Jeannie."
Oh.
And I was still, for a long time, I tried to figure that one out, unless I'm a seventh level dropout.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, anyway, but that was a strange thing to say to me. And then immediately offer me this job to work for them, but only as a healer. And I have done healing, but it's not my major thing. And I've always done, and when it's happened by accident.
In what way?
I had a woman came in and she had liver cancer, and I was there with her, and I went into her and to see if I could see what was going on, because I can see what's going on in your body when I look at you. And all of a sudden I went into pain, really bad pain. And I was in this pain. I immediately tried to get rid of it, but the minute I'd forget, it would come back again. And finally, it dissipated on the second day. She went to her doctor. She did not have liver cancer. Her doctor called me and said, "What did you do to her?" I said, "I didn't do anything to her. Nothing. Except I felt her pain." Now, sometimes I would transfer somebody's pain so I can see what they're feeling in a reading, because, I'll say, "How bad do you hurt?" "Oh, it's okay." So I do a quick transfer, but I couldn't get rid of that one. So I don't know how I did it or what I did, and this has happened several times, where the person has left and they've been healed, but the thing that's happened, it was never a conscious thing. So, I can't explain how it happened.
Yeah, there's no way I could grasp something like that. I know people who, I worked with somebody who had liver cancer, and that's usually you've been diagnosed and you're gone in 90 days. It is fast and hard. It's horrific. But once it's in your liver,
she lived
wow.
for years.
Yeah.
And she was fine.
That's remarkable.
It gets into what they say. Some people can be healed and other people can't. When I got back from the desert, I went down to where they make monuments, and I asked him if they had some granite there, and he gave me some granite. And I had a little boy came in. He was sick, and he was about 6 years old, and I had him laying on the granite outside. But, it was, and then he had to come over every day and lay on it and whatever. And then I just gave the granite to his mother and told him, I think it has to be outside because it's a conductor of some sort. And he's better. I had another boy that came in who had 3 types of cancer. He was on death's door. There was no way they could save him. In fact, the doctor said it was the worst case they ever saw. And he's now 48. He's got 3 kids and a wife. He was 9 years old at that time.
Wow. I had a question from it.
But I didn't put him on the granite.
No. See, and granite, it's funny. You say the granite may be some kind of conductor. I've been into paranormal investigations in a gold town that's on quartz with a river running through it, which is quartz is a huge conductor, and moving water is high energy. Ghosts are all over the place, and people who usually can't see and hear them can see and hear them there because they're plugged into so much energy. Now, what I look at as a layperson, I'm thinking granite, is it like copper or who knows? But with the type of energy somebody from where William's from, the type of energy that they use or they tap into could be a completely different frequency than the energy that us knuckle-dragging humans are connected to. So granite being something that for them is an easy source. Even the sand could be something that they could use to conduct energy. One of the questions I have coming in, and it's a good one, Jeannie, is do you think in hindsight, when you had your accident, here's a what if for you. You've had you had your minor operation, ended up the life and death situation. Who knows? You could have had one of William's buddies there who healed you. And do you think this gift that you have, this psychic gift, could be possibly have been given to you by the extraterrestrials, or do you think it's something that naturally occurred?
I don't know. I've, with all the checking I've done with scientists who's looked at my brain, and they say that they can put you to a machine and they know which side of your brain that you're pulling energy from. And mainly I pull it from the psychic side, but I'm just as strong as on the logical side. So I don't know if what happened, what started it up, but it was the surgery that seemed to instigate this whole thing when my heart stopped.
Yeah.
So, or maybe I crossed over for a reason to, something different came up with that too. I met this man who told me to go back. He kept saying to go back, and I kept trying to get around him because I wanted to get up the top of this hill where I knew I could stay. And he kept holding his hand out and saying, go back. And then all of a sudden, there was a chasm there, and then the earth moved, and I was on the other side. And then I ended up back in recovery. So then people kept asking me, was that Jesus? He was in a robe with sandals, and I said, I don't think so. I said, because he was very muscular, and, he was somewhat of he wasn't a big man, but his body was like he worked out, and he was very muscular, especially through the arms. I said, and his face was rounder. I've seen pictures of Jesus and whatever, but a little boy crossed over, and he met this man, and the man told him he was Jesus. So they got one of the people from the police department to do a composite, and they showed the picture on television. It was the same man I saw. It was, I couldn't believe it. I just sat there, and then I kept playing. Luckily I recorded. I kept playing it back and back and back and looking at him again and again.
Oh,
and I told everybody for years, no, it wasn't Jesus.
Now, the man that little boy saw, and they did the composite. They did a movie about him.
Did they? Oh,
yeah.
I saw him on television. He had the picture that the composite that the police department had drawn.
Yeah, I interviewed Akiana Kramaric, and she's the girl at the age of 4, growing up in an atheist home, had a visit by somebody she described as Jesus, who took her up and to heaven and in the stars and things, and she painted a portrait of him when she was 8. And when that little boy saw the portrait, he said, well, that's the guy I saw. Yeah. I'll send you a picture. It's fascinating. Akiani drew this. She was 8 when she painted it, and it's like 5 feet by 3 feet oil painting. Fabulous thing. She's actually painted the views of the universe that you could only see if you're outside looking in. So it was so she has been taken out and shown a different view back in our universe, our galaxy. Very, very interesting young lady. And she also had missing time, and we talked about seventh dimension beings that she had communicated with.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I heard, they told me that the 5th dimension was creative, that people there were creative, but they did reproduce and they had physical bodies, and the 6th was a physical mental, and the 7th was totally mental.
And that's our destiny, to continue and go up there?
Each time we do it or incarnate, they said that we had to go out karma-free from here. So I devised some type of a karmic clearance that you have to go through in my classes. You can clear karma. You just have to understand what it is. And then you have to really look at it, and then you have to forgive yourself or anyone that's involved with it. And you do it with everything that makes your face turn a little red, when you think about it, go through your life. And then you're going out almost karma-free.
Yeah.
But I think you can clear it. Because I have one gal here, she keeps calling me. She's dying now, and she keeps calling me, and she says, I'm not coming back here. Just tell me what else I have to do.
How many trees do I have to plant? How many Hail Marys? How many little kids do I have to pat on the head? Do I have to make lunches for? Try to get everything out of the way.
Well, it's mainly that you have to understand and correct anything that is negative and make it positive, and throughout your whole life. So even if I get somebody upset during the day, I go through a karmic clearance that night. I think about what I said, what I did, what I must have looked like, or whatever to get her upset. But most of my clients are really calm. I don't time readings, so after they go too long, my secretary comes in and says, "Jeannie, it's been 2 hours or something." But we just relax, and I feel, it's really interesting, I feel that everybody that comes to me belongs to me. Yeah. Like somebody just told me, they said that they wanted their sister to come in, and I said, don't make her come in. If she wants to come in, she will, and then she belongs to me. But if she doesn't belong to me. I mean, it sounds strange to some people, but I feel every time I meet somebody that comes in that I know them. And they're almost like kindred souls.
Oh, that's nice.
So we get along really good. In all my career, I only had one person that sort of turned on me. And he was a businessman, and then I didn't tell him what he wanted to hear. And then when his whole thing fell apart and he ended up where I said he was going to end up, he tried to call me, and I refused to read him.
Yeah.
But he kept calling every day, and finally I gave in. So,
do you ever get really negative people showing up, or are they not drawn to you for a reading?
Well, it's not that, I've had different people that, my secretaries have said, oh, this person's really negative. I've never really met, except in police work, a negative person. When you go into them, you can see that these people have put up a shell, that inside they're really crying. And I just reach out and I touch them, and, and they break down, and then we're best friends. It's like even the stiffest person you'd ever want to meet. And I've had some of those. And, they come in aggressive and whatever, like, what do you think you're going to tell me? And we're best friends, and it's because this is why I go into their birth and come up through their lives, because they've been through a lot before they come in to see me. And I need to know what that is, so that no matter what comes up, I can handle it. I can reach back and get that child.
Yeah.
So, and if I have to, I shock them.
Yeah.
I go back to a year that something happened, and I tell them about it, and they go, oh, how did you know that? Yeah. So now I have their attention. But I really like people. And I've never, even when I met these serial killers or the serial rapists, there was a part of them that was really likable. And there was a part of it that I didn't want to connect with. But there's always something in everybody.
What do you say to people who, when you talk about a serial killer, they say, well, he's been possessed by a demon and that's why he's done it? Do you find that these people are influenced by energy other than themselves when they do horrific acts, or it's it is, what's the term that we use? It's environmental and chemical of just the way they were brought up.
Well, with most of them, I get it at birth. And this, I think, is, something physically going on in the body. Like I mentioned with a serial killer, he would relax after the kill, but then all of a sudden the tension would get bigger and bigger and bigger until he had to go out and do something again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a normal reaction.
No. We used to call that like feeding a snake. When you feed a python, it may only eat once a week, and it gets a little agitated before it eats, and after it eats, it'll sleep basically for 2 days while it digests. Yeah. And then it starts getting agitated again.
Yeah. Well, some of these kids, though, I've seen things that children have gone through that nobody should ever have to see.
Oh, yes, you would.
And real abuse type things, and children unloved. It's terrible. I just, I think I must be a mother. I have 4 children of my own, and we have foster children, so I just feel like I just want to take all of them in my arms and hug them. I just feel so bad.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that we have to, as a peace officer, when you're dealing with a client, and what I mean by that is a bad guy, quote unquote bad guy, they're clients. You have to see the person as a person. You don't see them as a crook or a perp or whatever other television words they have. Sometimes we tell each other, "Oh, that guy's a SR," or "This guy's a idiot." But when it comes down to it, once you've have that person in custody, everything slows down and everything relaxes, and then you go talk to them. And you talk to them like people. You don't walk in like a idiot on TV and yell and scream and shine a light in their face. You just go in and talk to them. And you talk to them, you talk to the person they were when they were a kid. And I find that connection just calms everybody down. You offer them a drink, you sit down, you communicate, you don't yell.
Well, your psychic energy, you're showing the color in your aura is, you are psychic. It's not totally trained, but you would be, I think police department or policemen have psychic energy, because when they walk up to a car, they feel there's danger. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like an instinct that they have, and that's psychic. But you should go into this more and just bring up your energy and get it into a certain form of training.
That's what I'm doing. I am kind of taking a course from one of the psychics that we have on the show every second Sunday, and she's helping me through my confidence in my mediumship ability. I'm retiring now from police work, but
you're going to go into another job.
Oh, I probably will. I don't know. I may end up teaching police.
There's going to be a couple of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've got one. I got some good acting jobs coming up that'd be kind of fun, because I'm extremely immature and I like dressing up, and and they'll pay me for it. But I've always been thinking, like, and we talk about this amongst ourselves, but policing is an empath job. Empaths are drawn to that. It's a helping job, like being a maid or a butler, a waitress, a nurse, a teacher. And not that all peace officers are empaths, but those that are empaths can get... It's a very tough job for an empath, because you end up, without knowing it, you absorb everybody else's energy. So everybody that complains about a car being stolen, by the time you talk to them, it's like your car was stolen too, and it's draining. So it took me almost a year to learn to block that. But it's such an easy job to communicate with people and connect. and calm things down. We have a question here from a gentleman in the chat room. When he gets into a dream, an astral travel or associate with a name, at times he finds he can associate it all with an aura of colors. Now, do you, Jeannie, get the imagery of your experiences in the same way? When you see that, does it come in colors?
Well, if it's in black and white, it's in the here and now. If it's in color, it's in the future.
Okay. Now, I just got to say,
I don't get everything in just color. But I can know if it's going to happen right now, it's black and white.
Now, Christopher, who asked that question, it's a good question, Christopher, but remember, that's how Jeannie interprets it. Yours could be different, too.
Yeah. When you dream, one of my first questions to him, see, again, he could be actually picking up from the future, if it's in color. And some people will dream, and they only dream about the future. They go, rather than going into the past. It really depends upon the material. I would be telling him that he should start a dream book, and he doesn't have to go into everything in the dream, but he goes, saw a car, person, blonde hair, whatever they see briefly. When I have my class do it, I have them have a little tablet and a pencil in the bathroom, so they get up in the middle of the night. They can write some of those few things down. And then it'll come back to you the next day, because a lot of people forget their dreams. And dreams can be, you can have prophecy. I have seen murders before they happen in a dream state.
Oh, wow. See, that would bother me.
Well, I try to stop it. And I did stop one. I lost two. So, but we really hunted. We had everybody out. And it was surprising. The schools would not cooperate with us at all. And I understand that. And the police wouldn't cooperate. I saw this girl being kidnapped. And I was trying to stop it before it happened. Well, he kidnapped her. I did this in Chicago too. I saw a kidnapping, but the police was working with me, and we were real friendly. So I told them that this girl was going to be kidnapped, and I said she's wearing a red sweater, blue jeans. She's got long hair. She's 15 or 16 years old. She's walking down the side of Wide Street, and there's that old-fashioned ironwork on an elevated wall. And I said, this car's coming up, and I described it, and I said, therefore, he's forcing her into the car, and I said that he's going to kill her, probably, within a short time, and she's in a tall grass next to, in Chicago, they have these little huts or something where you can garden, and you have your own personal garden, and somebody else.
Community gardens, yeah.
Yeah, and it was really nice. Well, she was right outside of that garden in the long grass that separated her from the garden. So we had the police on alert. I said she went to a Catholic school, but it was August, and the schools were closed. But we tried to get yearbooks. And the police were working really, really fast. And then all of a sudden, they got a call in and said, my daughter Susan was supposed to come home, and she hasn't arrived, and her boyfriend's here, and I think something's happened. She's wearing blue jeans and a red sweater. And, I had gotten her name, too, Susan. I didn't know what her last name was. And so she described it, and she said she was babysitting, and she left the house coming home, and she's never arrived. So they called me. I was in Ohio, and they said, how long has she got to live? How long before we can find her? Because I said, she's right off the highway. And all these little farms are on the gardens are on the left. And I was really hurrying. I said, you only have about an hour and a half. And they said, I think it's too late. So I said, you want me to fly in? And they said, yes, would you? And so I hopped a plane into Chicago the next morning and from Ohio. And they had just found her when I got to the airport.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, then of course, it's like, who killed her? But while I was there, I predicted 3 murders, and all of them happened. And I told them that I am leaving Chicago. This place is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
So one was a little 12-year-old blonde girl. She was way up the highway, and another woman was rolled over the side of the road, and I told them exactly where that was. They found her, and she was in a coma, and they called her a Jane Doe. So they had her picture in all the papers and everything, and this is something I didn't know, is that her hair was dark, but they had her all in bandages and stuff too. But the parents had been missing their daughter, but she was a blonde. And so they didn't go to the hospital because they described Jane Doe as having dark hair. But the doctors say that when the liver gets so abused, and she was beaten badly and kicked, it turned her hair dark.
Yeah.
I didn't know it could do that.
It will. It's an enzyme release. It's like it's amazing what your hair will kind of be the litmus test for a lot of what goes on in your body. You even looked at, there are people who can go through an incredibly frightening moment and their hair will go gray. Like within an hour, they'll have streaks of big chunks of gray in their hair. Or of course, we all know how it affects in stress. People in high stress jobs. I think you look at your last 5 or 6 presidents, them going in, and then the year after, like literally in 1 year, whether it was George Bush Jr. or the present president, Obama, you look at their hair from walking in the door, and then literally 1 year later, not a term later, but 1 year later, and it's like they've given up the Grecian formula. It's amazing. I've got a question for you. Do you know a guy named David, Jeannie? Does David ring a bell? Hey,
I know a lot of Davids.
Okay, for some reason you're talking, and I drew a house with a weird rounded roof, or semi-rounded roof. It's got plants on the left of it. The door is kind of over more to the right of the front of the house. And I got the name David. Anyway, I'll fire that out there. I have no idea why I wrote it. No idea why I drew it.
I have a brother called David.
Oh, okay.
And was there land around the house?
Yeah. This will be... It's a... I didn't draw windows on the front of it or anything. It's just a... door is closer to the right if you're looking at it from the front, and then there's kind of lower bush shrubbery on the left side of it, and a walkway almost like straight up to the door coming from wherever it's coming from. And it's not Dave, it's David.
Yeah, his name is David.
Yeah, it's an interesting roof anyway. So
okay,
give him a shout,
well,
say hi.
Check on that.
Yeah, see what's going on. Hey, you know what? You've been up way too late. Look at the time, young lady.
I sleep 3 to 4 hours a night.
Oh, well,
I was laughing
so
when you were talking about, was the show too late? I thought, God, I go to bed about 3 or 4 in the morning, and then I sleep, about 3 to 4 hours.
What kind of courses
I've done that for years and years.
What kind of courses do you have that you put on?
I have a whole bunch of different ones. Right now, I got a group of psychics I'm trying to train to do police work.
Nice.
Because we're getting a lot of things in, and I'm turning a lot of people away. So we meet once every the end of the month on a Sunday. So next Sunday we'll be meeting, but I'm training them. But I do psychic development, a couple of classes in that. And I'm a hypnotherapist, so I do all different types of classes in hypnotherapy. And, in the class we actually have you quit smoking and lose weight. You have to get something from your class.
Oh, yeah.
I just do a number of different ones.
Now, I can go to your website, psychicjeanneborgen.com. That's Psychic Jeanne Borgen, BORGEN.com. And it'll give a list of your workshops. I see you've got it's got a place for upcoming events, your phone number. This is good. I like your website.
Oh, I have never even seen my website.
It's very, very cool. It is. It's got this moving earth thing. It's very, very nice. Did Julie put this together?
No. I have a son-in-law who's an artist.
Oh, it's
and
beautiful.
He was supposed to he did something for me, but I don't use the computer at all.
Oh.
And, I actually dislike it.
Aww.
I'm very quick thinking, and it's so slow. It drives me crazy. And
these darn
then I just don't have the patience that you need to do that.
Yeah.
And besides that, I've got all kinds of people coming in that they're in trouble because of their computer.
No.
So, and I'm really against having these different places where you tell people I'm leaving on my 3-week vacation, and or my husband is gone for a week or whatever. And I think people are putting too much information out there.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a
yes.
protective instinct here.
Well, I got myself in trouble over a computer issue too, so we'll figure out that. I'm still doing that. Now, before you came on, Julie, who is your assistant, asked me, because you wanted my full legal name and my date of birth. What did you do? Is that you standing behind me? No.
I just looked at you, and I just, I wanted to sort of see what you're doing and what you're going to do and that type of thing. I'm very curious about people I talk to.
Oh, okay, very good. So I passed the test.
Yeah, in fact, you seem to be what you're showing, but like I said, you're not quitting work. You've got a job change this year, you've got one next year, and you've got one the following year. And so you're sort of doing different things. But right now, you're in an area where you have luck with illusion. And illusion gets into film, video, photography, lecturing, counseling, of course, the psychic. Those are illusionary fields. Counseling is definitely illusional. The psychic is all illusional. But you're into that right now where you have luck with illusion, but it's really starting to build. It will probably have something to do with your future. But the interesting thing to me was that everybody comes in for a mission. We're all here to do something. And you're here on a spiritual mission. And a spiritual mission means that you're coming in to find your spirituality, but not in a religious sense. It's more like, why is this happening to me? Why did that happen to her? And it's finding out about all the secrets that come in with the universe and whatever. And then you're supposed to help other people learn what you have learned once you understand it. And there's two ways you can do a spiritual mission. You can live it by existence, and everything happens to you. It's like, say, well, why is this going on in my life? Or what you can do is you can observe and learn from what's going on around you.
Oh.
But spiritual missions are generally one of the last missions you go through. Young souls do not go through spiritual missions. It's pretty rough. So that's what you're here for, and it's the only real mission that you have to complete in this lifetime. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, incredible. Yeah, that totally makes sense.
And then you also went through a period, and it started probably about 40, where you went into more of an independent type vibration in which you had a luck aspect in, I find it hard to get the words right now, but it means in coming up with things that are new, different, unusual, or weird. It means coming up with where you're creating more. It gives you the ability to create, and you still have that. But I didn't start feeling it until you were about 40. Before that, I got a little quietness or almost a little shyness with you.
Yeah.
And then it seems like you came out more after you were 40.
Yeah, I don't think I got married till I was 42. I was like on a waiting list to get into the Mounties for 7 years. So I got in when I was 32. And then I just kind of pubbled around in there and been doing that for a long time now. But it's this David person, he's okay. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
you got me into the thing where I should call my brother up and say hello.
Yeah, I just put a big check mark beside it. So it's your brother. It's okay. Maybe he's got something to tell you. I should show you the house I grew.
You also show you can teach, by the way.
I've been really toying with the idea of, because we have a lot of really young Mounties out here who are, and I supervise a bunch of young ones, just like herding cats, trying to get them to, well, we always talk about conspiracies. I can't get 4 Mounties to decide on where they're going to go for coffee, let alone have a big conspiracy about something. But it's just pulling these guys down and say, look, just relax, take a deep breath and go. But actually limit the course to those who are empaths. And because they also run into bigger problems with management, just the way they do things compared to what the non-empath, policeman with the big stick manager does to all his little peon policemen. So I was thinking of doing something like that too. But
the job here is supposed to change somewhat in this year. But you've got 2 fixed job changes, one at 61, which will lead you into the final one at 62. Oh, should I say your age? We're not on air, are we?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
I don't generally tell people their age. I thought we were. And then you've got a branch off that says that you're getting into something for the next 4 years, but it's coming off of those job changes that you have. In other words, they're good, but they're also going to be a learning experience. And there is a legal vibration running with this. It's a very light one, but if you have a legal vibration running, you can do anything that has legal things with it.
Okay.
And this legal vibration started coming in at approximately 57.
Yes. Okay. So I owe my lawyer like $130,000. So yeah,
well,
we'll see how that's going to go.
It's going to end when you're in 2021.
2021.
Anything that's legal will end then.
That's probably when I'll be able to pay off the loan that I'm going to have to take to pay him.
Right.
I am
but other than
suing
that,
some people.
It's a light one. This is not a big one. But the job
Okay.
changes show being really good.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been offered a lot of jobs, and I just got a little job with a group of guys who are in movies out in here in Vancouver. So, and I used to do that before I was a Mountie, and it was kind of fun.
Well,
so.
see, this year which actually shows that you're supposed to have two little things in this particular year, your age year, and then it also, you're vibrating very heavy to illusion.
Yeah, that's...
So illusion again gets into film, video, counseling, lecturing. It gets into all illusionary things.
Yeah. And
so that fits right in there into place.
I do have a television show that I wanted to get going, but it's just one of those things where you need somebody else to pay a lot of money to start you up. So I haven't run into that person yet. So
but
I'll keep
if
looking.
you are vibrating to it, the person will come to you.
Oh, cool.
I never worry about it. If I got something coming up, I just wait till it arrives. Because I'm vibrating to it. And you were vibrating to illusion all the way up to next September.
Can you tell if somebody's vibration is rising? Like I'm ascending. Would you be able to tell that about me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been working really hard on meditation and things and trying to get closer to those that are here to help me. And I think just by raising my vibration, I'm going to get there. It's just that I'm me. I'm still that little kid who wants all the cake now. Now, darn it. I don't want to wait. So, baby steps still.
You're going to get it. In this last few years, you've been, I name everything because it's easier to explain, but you've been in what we call a test of endurance. And a test of endurance means that you can end up having somebody in your life that undermines you. Mm-hmm. And so your job is to identify the underminer and neutralize them, but you also had something they were saying, cash flow problems.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, sometimes the underminer is connected with the cash flow.
Yeah, I had... Yeah, it was. I had, in 2012, I had a media outlet, a couple of media outlets say something about me that wasn't true, and I got a lawyer to sue them and shut them down. And it kept going on and on and on, and it's still going on. Now the lawyers are saying, we did say we were going to cover you on this, but we're up to $130,000 now. So were you going to kick in? And I'm looking at him going, hold on, you said I wouldn't have to pay until this thing was settled. So that's where we're kind of stuck right now. We're everything's on hold until I pay off that bill. But life goes on.
Well, you're out of you just left the test of endurance, so you're now into neutral territory, but the only area that you don't want a legal thing to come to wreck would be in 2019, at the time of your birthday to the following year, because at that time you'd really lose money if you tried to do it then.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Right now, in the next 3 years, you're in good aspects. And you've got a lot of opportunities coming into you. So, I mean, those things are really good when you get into that.
And a cute girlfriend? Come on, throw in a cute girlfriend. Okay. Just let me raise my teenage girls without selling them, because they're driving me insane. That's karma. Now, Jeannie, that is karma. Yes, it depends how they're cooked. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
They're fun. When they do something really, really bad, you look at it and go, it's not that bad. I'm just reacting like a dad. Take a deep breath, and it's all okay.
Would you believe that Trump is under a test of endurance at this time?
Yeah, he's definitely under a test, a self-inflicted test.
Yeah, but he's been under it for 3 or 4 years. It's been, and when you do that, you really get clobbered.
Yeah.
So
when is he coming out of his test?
Well, I have my own way I want to vote and whatever. So when I look at somebody, it's like I try to detach and try not to look in the future. But I can tell you that, first of all, I started with Hillary, and she's got double legal vibrations. Now, most people, if they have a double legal vibration, they're in prison or they're in court every day. And it started about a year, I'd have to go back and look, but about a year or 2 years ago. And then it goes all the way up, and it goes up 6 years. Now, anytime you have a double legal vibration, it starts, and whatever started it happened in the year it starts. And then when it does, it goes forward, and it means that you can be held at any time until the legal vibration ends. And it's going into a single after that, but it's double up to that point. She also shows that her bone structure is lit up, and it goes throughout the bone structure up through the back of the neck and into the head. And this is what I call a bone structure karma, which means, if it's a bone structure karma, it means inability or problems moving forward. And it looked like, since it was covering most of the body, that I'm not a doctor, so I can't put a name to it, but it seems like it would have a name as it progresses. And then her temper. This woman has a temper like a dock worker or a truck driver, and I hope I'm not insulting truck drivers or dock workers, but she can be really mean when she wants to be. And she's also showing that she's having some digestive problems. Her stomach is all lit up. But I've never seen anybody with a double legal vibration that did not go to jail. And she's avoiding it all over the place. And then when Trump said the other night, if I'm president, I'm going to get a special committee.
Assign a
that would still be within her limit. I sort of gasped at that time. In the test of endurance that Trump is under, it shows that, and he's got some legal vibrations running, not anything like Hillary's, but a test of endurance says as long as you endure, you win. But with his test, he shows that he's got to be boss. He has to be in charge. He's got a real independent vibration that would make it hard for him to work with other people. And then he's got all this undermining that goes on. And like I said, as long as he doesn't give up, though, he can win. So I haven't gone forward because I want to vote. I don't want to know who's going to be president.
Oh,
So this is a hard one to.
This is a hard one.
You get somebody that's really good and it's really easy, but these are two people that have major problems.
Yeah, it's frightening, and we had this conversation yesterday, and it went sideways in our chat room because of the polar opposites of the people who were voting, and the belief systems. But here we are with we have Syria, we have Russia, we have the UN and the US wanting sanctions and no-fly zones, and Russia being who they are, or actually who their president is right now, and backing Syria. It's just one of those horrid situations that we find ourselves again in between the United States and Russia with a polar ice cap in the middle. And
well, I went to Russia and I work with the Russian psychics. And this was years ago, and I had to have special clearance to get into Russia at that particular time, so I worked with some people in the State Department. But I spent some weeks with some of them, there were a couple that could speak English and some of them didn't, but they are so far advanced. When I was there, they were so far advanced than we are here as far as their psychic development and mind control and everything. It was amazing. And I used to try to do things like they could take and move a glass across the table with their mind. And I'm trying to make that glass move, and it's not moving at all. And then finally one day I moved it, and everybody jumped up, and everybody hugged each other, and they all came and hugged me, and it was like a big event. But I did have something that they didn't have, and I had a number that I was supposed to call, or my husband was supposed to call if I got into trouble. And what I did is I mentioned a meeting that they were having, and I described everybody that was going to be at the meeting and identified them, and I told them what the meeting was about. And so what they did is we got these official men came in, and they wanted me, that there was going to be a meeting in Washington, and they wanted me to tell them who was there. If I didn't know, I could identify them through their description, and what the meeting was about, and I knew I was in trouble.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm not going to get out of here. And I was playing around with it. The psychics were marvelous, wonderful. I'm still friends with a couple, but the government was not. And I was escorted to my room by the police every night and locked into my room and let out in the morning and escorted back to the laboratories. They work in laboratories 8 hours a day. They, they don't play with it like we do here. Mm-hmm. So I called my husband, I gave him the code, and then he called, and within 2 days I was out of there.
Oh, you're lucky you set that up. Holy cow.
We did. Like I said, Russia was, had the sort of the Iron Curtain there.
Yeah.
But you're going in as a psychic. I was going in like a scientist would.
Yeah.
And their psychics work. I mean, they have a job, and that's their job. But nobody else could do what I did. That they could do a lot of things I didn't do or couldn't do. And I got home and I started practicing, but I shouldn't, I guess I don't know. I didn't even enter my mind that they would use that against me.
Yeah, that remote viewing thing is something that militaries have been doing. India is huge on it. England, Canada, Russia, I think China, Australia. The U.S. been doing remote viewing until there was I interviewed a fellow who was involved in remote viewing, and he said when a very Christian person came in charge of the CIA, he canceled the program because it was all voodoo and Satan, so not to use it anymore. That was in the 90s, 91 or 98 or something. And I think it's probably back up now. But, back in the day, they shut it down.
Years ago, I worked as a psychic for the government. There was 10 of us, and we didn't know who the other people were. Nobody knew. I mean, we didn't know their names. And what they did is they would send us something to work on, and then we would send it back. We did hear some results. I found a government official in another country, and they let me know they'd found him and he was safe. But I don't know what the others did. And then somebody found out about it, started to complain. They shut the whole government program down.
Yeah.
So we were out.
Yeah, that's what happened to guys like Barry Taft, who was working at a university in California in the 70s doing, remote viewing and a few other things. And the CIA had come to them, the United States Navy intelligence, and the alumni from the university found out what was going on and complaints say our money is going to that voodoo stuff. What are you doing? And they shut them down. But the people out of that...
I wasn't getting paid.
Oh, these guys were like teaching, and had students taking the courses from the military.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah,
and you weren't getting paid.
Well,
you should have got paid. Darn it.
Yeah, I know. No, I do all this out of curiosity. So I'm always testing myself to see how far I can go and pushing my boundaries, and these different things that come in help me to do that.
Yeah.
Even all the police cases, every one of them's different. And, I learn something from every one of them.
Yeah. It's... It can be frustrating from a policeman's point of view. I worked on a serial killer here and couldn't get anybody to pay attention to it. And he was arrested, I think, 2 years later and convicted of killing 7 or 8 people after we stopped working on him. We were ordered to stop working on him. He killed about 70 people total. He's a guy, I stood behind him when he was at an animal auction. He was buying some hogs. And it felt, while I was standing behind him, it felt like there was a big hole between him and me, and that I could fall into it. It's hard to explain. He was just a very empty human being, and an odd vibration, let's say. But he's off the street now, and it's one of those things. Here's a question for you. And before I let you go, now that we're over an hour into overtime, but my belief system is that things happen for a reason. In this horrid thing that occurred here, where this fellow murdered between 50 and 70 sex trade workers. A lot of these people were indigenous Canadian, or what you would call American Indian. Really down and out, people who had been abused all their lives, drug dependent, just in the Skid Row area. It was just a horrid area. These people had horrid lives. This is where they disappeared from. And because of the way these people lived, a lot of times nobody knew they were missing, or just assumed they moved. And so it was later, sometimes it was 3 days later someone reported them missing. Sometimes it went a year without them being reported missing. And so he had that kind of in his back pocket where, no one's going to know no one's going to miss her. That was his attitude. But it was such a horrific number that it caused an inquiry into why wasn't he caught earlier. Now that inquiry went sideways because one of the lawyers I'm suing screwed that up. But it left that from a provincial inquiry, or a local inquiry into why didn't the police catch this guy earlier, to now a federal inquiry on missing, murdered and missing Indigenous Canadian women. So why do so many Native women, why are so many of them been murdered and have gone missing? So that is national now. And what I think is but this would be back around 2001 or 2 when he got arrested, 2000 or 2001 when he got arrested. But back then, it needed to be something bigger than 2 people got killed, or 3 people got killed, or 4 people got killed. In North America, we had so many of these, murders, mass murder, serial killer who killed 3, 4, 5, 6 people, that we became numb to that. And then all of a sudden you've killed 50? Okay, this is going to hit us between right between the eyes with a baseball bat. This is different. Well, I like to think, now when I say I like to think, you have to see where I'm coming from. I don't want to believe that the lives of those women were wasted. I'd like to believe that that was their path to be involved in such a horrific event that then caused a national inquiry to look at something across the entire country that will turn out to be good for a lot more people. What do you think about something like that?
Yeah, I think that good can come out of it. It's when I was in Baton Rouge, a lot of the girls, upperclassmen, at the college were scared to death. And so I was getting swamped. They all wanted to know if they were going to be a victim. And I looked at them. There was no way they were going to be a victim. So, I get very curious when you're saying that. I'd like to have, the names or something so I could get into them and see if they were supposed to be a victim or if they went before their time.
Okay.
Because everybody has stress areas on your time track. And you can go out, but I always call that emotional suicide. And it's like you went out before your time, even though you went out with a heart attack or whatever. But people also show how they will go out. And, but to have that many, that may be the exception. But I'd be really interested in getting into that and seeing why so many girls.
Oh, yeah, I'll send you
That's a lot.
Yeah. Oh, my Lord, yes.
And were they supposed to go out at that time? Because there's certain things like a war is not, when we have a war, we have a lot, like thousands of boys killed in World War II. And they went out before their time. So a lot of them came back in again right away. I noticed that one thing I found is that during World War II, of course, our birth rate went sky high.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of crib deaths. That's where it was named crib deaths. Mm-hmm. Little babies that died in the crib and just stopped breathing. And if you're killed in any type of explosion or violently, you have to incarnate immediately to bring back the auric shield that surrounds the soul. And then you can go back out again. But some of these kids stay. So if they can stay by the third year, if they're going to go out, they have to go out or they're stuck. They're here, for a lifetime. But I've seen some of these kids that stay, and there's different things. They're afraid of any loud noises like a firecrackers or a car backfiring or anything like that. And they also have a thing with mirrors. They keep looking at a mirror. In fact, one of my client's daughters, they had to drape all the mirrors in the house so she couldn't see herself, because the minute she looked at herself, she got sick. And so they just covered all the mirrors. And it's not a vanity thing. It's like they're looking in the mirror and saying, yeah, that's me. So, but these boys went out before their time. And this could have happened with some of those girls.
Yeah.
You hear what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I do.
I'd be very curious, though, because that's a lot of people.
Yeah, he admitted to one of my buddies, Tim, who was an undercover policeman pretending to be his jailmate in prison, and he admitted he was going to stop at 50, then he started again, and then he was going to stop at 75, and I can't remember how right offhand now, I can't remember how much he actually admitted to. But when it came to the prosecution, it was, I think they started with going to prosecute him with 20, and then they dropped it down and finally found him guilty of X amount, and he'll never see the light of day again. But, it's just one of those things that I keep looking at it saying there has to be some good coming out of this somewhere, and the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Aboriginal Women is what I hope will identify within the culture what's going on to those with other women. So in the long run, I hope it's a positive.
It's always good in the long run. I mean, you learn something and you think, well, we're not going to let this happen again. So,
like a nuclear war.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay.
We're not going to get too much chances on that, though.
Well, remember in the in Vietnam and actually in Korea, there was some information like this too. And the U.S. were kind of going into the area. It was up a river, and they weren't supposed to be going into that area. It was gonna tick off the Chinese, and it would have caused a international incident. And the U.S. Ended up running into, and one Australian battleship too, or not, maybe it wasn't a battleship, it was a smaller ship, ran into UFO issues, where these UFOs came up, and there was a couple of riverboats operated by U.S. Special Forces. They started shooting at the UFO, and the bullets were coming right back onto the boat. Not fast enough to kill anybody, but they're all being redirected back at the gun they came out of. And they described them as flying discs, and then one actually ended up sinking an Australian military boat off the coast. That was blasting the heck out of it. But it somehow, one of the rounds that it shot at it went back and ended up bringing or disabling the boat of some sort. So it was like there wasn't an intervention. You're getting too close. The Chinese are about to press a button. You guys cannot go up that river. So smarten up. And it was locked down for about 50 years. They didn't release that information. And now it's released. Of course, no one believes it because, well, there's no aliens in Vietnam. Okay. We'll move on.
I think they're all over.
Oh, they're everywhere. Have you seen my 16-year-old daughter? Oh my gosh. She's been in a movie this weekend, some Disney remake of something. So anyway, she's happily working. She's ticked off because she was supposed to work all day tomorrow, but she's in the 12th grade, so she has to get back to school. And for all my listener out there, we all have to get to bed. Except my friends in Australia, who it's now Monday evening for them, moving from the afternoon. It's around 6. What was it, about 6, almost 6:30, 7 o'clock. Out in depends what location you are in Australia. But hey, Steve R. Kelly was saying he'd never heard of this. If you Google just UFOs Vietnam War, and you'll but a bunch of them out there. There should be a bunch, but there's actually the name of the Australian ship or the frigate or wherever it was went down, and the two riverboats that the U.S. Special Forces guys were shooting at. But it's kind of interesting. I was watching a special on it. We've got a question. Look at this. How much could mind control and Satanism be responsible for serial killings and missing girls? Mind control and Satanism. I've never run into that. Have you, Jeannie?
I don't know. I haven't.
No, I haven't either. All right. I know you guys got Sol. You came in here a bit late in the chat room. My friends over in Facebook chat room. Well, and Jeannie got here a little bit late because Spirit told us to hang tough a little bit longer. Because I guess there was some listeners that were going to get here late, so they weren't supposed to miss it.
Right. There's a reason for everything.
There is. Thank you very much, Jeanne Borgen. I absolutely love this, and I will maybe this August I'm going to come down and harass you because I think I'm going to take another ride down there on my motorcycle. And
I love it. Please
come see her on her website, or the website she's never seen. It's very, very cool. And it's psychicjeanneborgen.com. Again, psychicjeanneborgen.com. And again, thank you very much. This has been amazing.
Right. We talked about a lot of things.
We did. And
okay. Well, I'll talk to you later, though.
Oh, you certainly will.
Be on the air.
Yeah. Okay, Jeannie. Have a wonderful night.
Okay.
Okay. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Well, that was great. And thank you for dropping by, everybody. And tuning in tomorrow night, wherever you are, or Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock if you're in Down Under. And everybody, keep an open mind.
This is our last goodbye. Young hearts will stop. Torn souls set free. All that we have is now. If this is what you want, then come to me.
All right, that's it. Let's roll. And hey! Let's be careful out there.
Far over the snow, what are those voices? They sing as they go. What are those voices? Look up for the mountains. Because somebody hide, somebody better hide on through the hill, like a pack of angry wolves on the trail. We are after you, dead or alive. We are out to get you, dead or alive. And forget yourself. If you're the one, better run away. Son, you are done. Throw your gun away. Here come the Mounties to get the man they're after now. On through the hill, like a pack of angry wolves on the trail. Dead or alive, we are out to get you, dead or alive. If you're the one, better run away. Son, you are done. Throw your gun away. Here come the Mounties to get the man they're after. No.
I see dead people.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Dave's not here!
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection.